The Buffalo Sabres made a trade. They sent the 27th pick in this year's draft along with Michael Kesselring to San Jose. In return, they received the 20th overall pick this year. For more, you can visit Paul Hamilton's piece up on our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup continues on. Yesterday, we saw Portugal draw with the Democratic Republic of Congo. England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana took down Panama 1-0. And Uzbekistan fell to Colombia 3-1. Today, Czechia takes on South Africa at noon. Switzerland takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 3. Canada and Qatar duke it out at 6. And Mexico plays South Korea at 9. Around the NFL, the Saints, they re-signed edge rusher Cameron Jordan to a one-year deal. And Falcons coach Kevin Stefanski said Michael Penix, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is not yet cleared for 11-on-11s. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Red Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the White Sox 10-5. And the Mets beat the Reds 9-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
What is this movie? Hey, everybody. Wet day out there, rainy. It was raining when I walked in. It was raining overnight. A lot of rain out there today. But and wind. Expecting a lot of wind,
the
too.
flags were moving.
Yeah.
Moving.
Joe's kind of day to go play golf. We're going to go hit the course later, right? Just because the gusts are going to be 50, and that's your style.
Don't be afraid of it.
Right?
Although, rain is not great. I don't need that.
Yeah, right. So here we are, Thursday, June 18th. The U.S. Open starts today. We'll talk with Brian Koziel at 6:30. Paul Hamilton at 7 on the Michael Kesselring trade. The Sabres offseason is underway. Mm-hmm. And Sal Capaccio at 8 o'clock. He's got his State of the Bill series rolling along at WGR550.com. Get his thoughts on the training camp news, schedule, all that. And, we'll make some more friends along the way.
First tee time, 6:35.
All right.
For today.
I saw there was a statement from the USGA basically apologizing to the players. Like, hey, sorry, we have to go to great lengths to make the course playable. They're going to
difficult.
They're going to syringe the greens, which we can explain if anybody wants. But also the stimp, and we're watering the greens. They explained like how the blade of the grass, and I don't. I'll talk about it with Brian, but that the greens are running in the mid-10s, which is unbelievably fast as it is.
All
so anyway, golf stuff. But we have a Sabres trade.
And Shinnecock, by the way, is on Long Island, right? I guess it's far down Long Island. I was wondering if you might run into some Knicks traffic if you were trying to move from a certain area to the country to the U.S. Open, because today's the Knicks parade, and there are already massive crowds and lines waiting to get into the is it Battery Park they're doing that? There's a lot of people already out in New York.
Yeah.
It's going to be the whole day there.
Ticker tape parade. Where's the best spot to be in that parade route? Isn't it in a building?
Yes.
I don't want to be street level. I want to be, if I live on the parade route or know a place on the parade route, I'm going to be at a window looking out at it.
I bet that's the best parade in the country. The New York, the Manhattan parade. I've only seen pictures or videos of it, but what the Rangers parade looked like in '94, which I'm expecting today will look like as well, looks like maybe it is the buildings.
Huge.
The first picture you look up is Messier and Leach holding the cup and pointing up at somebody, I'm assuming in a building, that everybody can watch out a window and see.
Yep.
So that's probably going to be.
It's going to look like Ferris Bueller's Day Off when they're doing the shout song, right. If you know that reference.
Yep.
I've been saving it for 2 days. If you remind me today, are we doing the Cup of Joe again?
Yes.
We have teams we haven't done yet. So the World Cup of Joe game is back. Joe Callie's going to have shots of audio. And I have I'm going to tell you young ones about a thing that used to exist that I kind of think doesn't anymore. So lots to get to.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, I'm excited to tell you about it. You may or may not have known about this existence and whatever.
Pagers.
No, there you go. Pagers. You know
No?
pagers. No,
Pagers?
it's
Okay.
not pagers.
All right.
Michael Kesselring and the 27th pick to the San Jose Sharks for the 20th pick. Welcome to the offseason. We're here, and Yarmo's making moves. Give him the sunglasses, folks.
It's not quite
Let's
the first
get some
trade.
sunglasses on those on that GM.
This is like sunglasses are on the head, maybe on the top of the head, or they're folded up on the shirt.
Okay.
You can have them on your body, but you're not. This is not wearing sunglasses.
Well, we can give
Moving
you
on up.
initial reactions, instant reactions, breakdowns of the Michael Kesselring to the Sharks trade for a move up of 7 spots in the draft. My first reaction to this, and I do not back off this at all, is that is a free hockey player for the Sharks. Moving down 7 spots in an NHL draft in the 20s is free. Now, we might all have our different definitions of free. The Sabres might assess that as like a mid-second round pick is what it would cost to move from 27 to 20.
I saw Dom Lucian say that it's the equivalent of the 75th pick, which is early third round.
Right. So he says that's like a third round pick. The Sabres have that number for like a mid-second round pick. You know what I have it as? Free. I'm the guy that says that fourth round picks have about as much value as a jar of olives.
Yeah.
Or a button on a shirt that doesn't fit anymore.
What is second on your chart?
A second round pick is like a gift card to a car wash.
Right.
Like it's like it has use, but no. And for the Buffalo Sabres going forward, a second round pick means nothing to me. I don't care about the history of second round picks. When's the next time a second round pick from this day forward is going to play for the Buffalo Sabres? The answer is 7 years from now. I'm not interested. I do not care about second-round picks. I care about the roster today. I want to live in a world like the Rams and the Vegas Golden Knights do, where I'd be happy if the Sabres don't pick in the first round for 7 consecutive years because they're just competing. That would be fine by me. So that's the backdrop of moving up 7 spots in the first round means nothing to me. I am not upset about the trade. I'm not here to tell you, like, wow, it's really good asset management, and they got rid of a player that didn't work out here. Like, he was the centerpiece of a trade of what? Is Peterka a 30-goal scorer? How many goals? Like,
Yeah.
I know he's an imperfect.
I think he had 30 his last year in Buffalo.
Okay, I know he's an imperfect player, and there's things to say about J.J. Peterka, but the centerpiece of a trade away of a 30-goal scorer, who, by the way, brought back another piece who is now the centerpiece of the trade, Josh Doan.
Right.
He went from that to you could just have him.
Right.
You can just have this guy. Good luck, Michael Kesselring. Head out to San Jose. Best of luck, buddy. Didn't work out here.
Yeah.
You know, whether you were healthy scratched or injuries throughout, it didn't work out. We're just going to start our offseason moving in a different direction. And my favorite case about what this trade could be is simply, well, if you're trying to put a package together for player X, a team that you are trying to get that player from, maybe it's the Red Wings for Larkin, maybe it's the Blues for Robert Thomas. The 20th pick is worth more than the 27th pick. And they don't actually want Michael Kesselring, but they want a higher pick from you, or they want a couple sweeteners from you. So, all right, fine. Let's shine up that first round pick and blah, 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 blah. But my first reaction, and I think I'm still at, the price for the Sharks is free. Effectively free.
It pretty much is. I mean, by the way, on second-round picks and like how long it takes, they did draft Peterka in the second round, but that was 6 years ago. Let me rattle off the second-round picks and tell me if you've ever heard of a single one of these guys. Ready?
Yeah.
So since 2020.
Matthias Samuelsson, or was he the
No,
end
he
of
was
the first?
prior to that. So
Okay.
you had a couple years in a row there. They went in 3 consecutive years, Luukkonen, Samuelsson, and there was a year in between, and then Peterka.
Okay.
So 3 out of 4 years, you got second-round picks that produced, and then in the 5 years since, Poltapov, Kisakov, Leinonen, Wahlberg, Streebak, Kleber, and end of list.
These are players that
That's 5 years.
exist in the hockey world, but to me, in my mindset,
They might as well not.
I'm sure. Call me when they're here. I am
Exactly.
All due respect to Chris Baker, Sabres Prospects, who I know does great work and is going to keep me informed on guys I know about. And same with Brayton, who is tweeting about Nikita Novikov. Like these players, these are figments of your imagination until I actually see them in a Sabres
They're mythical
uniform.
beings until
until I am just too singularly focused on etc.
I think really when you look at, I've got numbers on the value and like the difference between what 27 and 20 is. What do you want? I got anything you want here in the difference all time in the NHL. 100 games, 300 games, 100 points, 500 points.
Likelihood between 20 and 27.
What do you want? You want 500 points in the league?
Sure.
All right, at the 27th pick, 500 points, 7% of all 27th picks all time have had 500 points.
All right.
From 20, 10%.
Okay. Small uptick.
It's a 3% difference.
Yeah.
You want guys who played 300 games in the league. That's like, what, 4 seasons worth? For 27, it's 40%, and for 20, it's 44%. Like, everything is less than 5%. And actually, you get further down the list, you get to like 1,000 games. It's actually higher for 27. It's higher in points for 1,000 points and for games. Like, it's totally random at the end of the first round. Like, to me, you spoke to what the value could be, which is, I think you got to find an organization that doesn't see a difference, or that does see a difference between 27 and 20. Because I think if you're a sharp organization, you barely see any value in 27 to 20, but your hope would be that you find some old school style team out there that goes, 20, actually, you know what? That is better. That's a lot better.
Yeah.
That trade that we were talking about before when 27 was in the deal, I'm a little bit more interested now that it's 20. I feel like I got to find a team that's not that sharp to be valuing that pick so much more than any deal that you were already talking about with 27 involved. Like, to me, the more interesting thing is the Kesselring part of it and how that went and what the player should even be worth and why the Sabres might have just wanted to get out of that. Like, did they just want to move on because they didn't want to go to arbitration with him? Because he was arbitration eligible. Do they not want to tie up and go down that road into August? And I think, don't you have to save salary just in case he gets awarded a certain amount or whatever? Like, what is he? Is he even a third pair guy for you at this point? And if you want to sign Benson and Byram and even Tuck at some point, if that's still a part of this at all, then you don't really have $2.5 million to spend on your third pair defenseman when you could just give any old guy $1 million down on the third pair. Like, you got to save $1 million or $2 million wherever you can find it, and I feel like that's what they saw here. I don't see Kesselring being all that more valuable than what, Zach Metza is at this point at $850,000 a year. So I'd rather just have Zach Metza $850,000 a year, and I'll go add somebody else for $1 million.
Right. Fair. I think that's all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset about the asset management necessarily. I just kind of think it's like, I don't know that it's, whatever. It's to be celebrated that it's a start. It's a clear vision. I mean, I don't know. Kevin Adams is probably going to get a raw deal from a lot of us who think he was passive, inactive too often. And the Sabres as an organization have for a long time been kind of inactive, crippled by inactivity. And Jarmo doesn't appear to be that way. The Stanley Cup final ends, and it's like, all right, here's a trade. Like, I want to move this player. He's going to be gone. And I'm sure Adams did do that, but his tenure might be more defined by trades once it feels like they have to happen.
Yeah.
That's Peterka.
That was Peterka.
That's Savoy. That's Dylan Cousins. That's Eichel. That's Reinhart. Like, all these trades had to happen. They were few and far between where you get to the trade that was just, like, spurred on by, like, oh, we're done with you,
Yeah.
So anyway, if you have a thought on 803-0550, the arbitration point's a good one because when the trade happens, I look it up right away. Like, I'm thinking, what is Kesselring's salary? Did they clear like 3? Because I don't know off the top of my head what he makes. It's only 1.4, but if it's arbitration, then all right, 2.5. Great, you're going to need space. Is it a move to make a move? They probably all are. If they're going to be up against the cap, they're probably all going to be moves to make moves. And we're 8 days away from the draft. We're less than 2 weeks away from free agency. We're going to look at a lot of moves through the prism of how does this affect Alex Tuck and all that. So goodbye, Michael Kesselring. Thanks for winning me $10 in my bet with Joe in the playoffs.
How unbelievable. He played 4 minutes in the playoffs.
That. I mean, I'll tell you, what a bet.
4 minutes.
It was who sees the ice first in the playoffs, Metza or Kesselring.
Should have made it who plays more. How many more
and
minutes?
it was Kesselring.
Because in that way, it wasn't even, well, I guess it was 15 minutes for
right.
Metza and 4 for Kesselring.
Metza
So I
played
lost the bet.
Metza played the Montreal series.
Yeah, he played 12 minutes in Game 6 and then 3 minutes in Game 7.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot to look back on, I guess, like with why that didn't work. I do believe he could do really well in San Jose. Like, he is big and can move.
Yeah.
And
is he a right shot?
I do buy that he was playing injured a lot of the year. I think there was actually, maybe even he said it, right around the trade deadline, that he could have had a surgery and opted not to, and probably won't be 100% for the remainder of the season. So in that way, I almost feel bad for the guy that, like, if that was on the table for him, like, I might need to have a surgery here. Do I do that and shut myself down for the season, or do I play through it? And then you do that, and then you find yourself out of the rotation anyway because it just wasn't going well. And I think it was pretty evident he lost trust from the coaching staff. They did not want to play him. Mm-hmm. And they made every effort to replace him with Stanley, Shen, Metza, Timmins. I mean, he got surpassed by 4 guys on the depth chart, and I just don't know what the way back was from that. Like, the original goal, I think, when you traded for him was he is going to be Owen Power's partner. And the reason why I think it's okay to take the loss on that after 1 year is 2 reasons. I think the thing that's being brought up the most is Doan. Like, you're able to move off of Kesselring and not try to make that work because Doan is here, and the Peterka trade, like, you save face forever on that.
You won.
You won that
feel
trade.
Great about it, yeah.
Because Doan is in the deal. If Doan wasn't in the deal, if Adams had caved instead of the Utah GM and said, all right, fine, I'll do it, Kesselring for Peterka, I wonder if they would have been willing to move off him.
Right.
Maybe different GM they would have.
Maybe, but even then, it would look so bad.
Right, then maybe you wouldn't want to move off it that quickly. But because Doan's here, then yes. But the other thing that I think really makes it easy to move off of him is the role you had envisioned for him is no longer needed. Not in the same way. Because when they traded for him, Matthias Samuelsson was nowhere. And I didn't know if he would ever play for the team again, let alone be an impact player. And him becoming a top 4 defenseman and actually becoming a top pair defenseman and pushing Byram back down with Power and that end up working, like, okay, I don't need Kesselring anymore. Not for what I originally set out for him to do for me, because Samuelsson did it. Samuelsson's almost perfect. Like, he is both the reason why I think you're okay just letting the guy go for almost nothing. He also might be the evidence for why it could work for Kesselring. Like, Samuelsson had been hurt a lot. He stayed healthy this year. Look how it went. Big guy that can move and has some skill to him. It went great. Kesselring could just be the next Samuelsson. He's big and can move. If he stays healthy next year in San Jose, he might have a really good season. But did I need that here? And did I want to pay whatever it was going to take to explore whether he could do that? I just wouldn't have thought it was worth it. I would rather have the cap space. Because at the end of the day, he is a defenseman that's played 190 games, and we don't have a lot of evidence he's a top 4 defenseman.
Right.
He's been a third-pair guy basically his entire career.
One comparison that's been made a bunch here, and with good reason, like I understand it, is this: when the Bills traded Cordy Glenn to move up in the draft,
before the Allen
hunting
trade.
Josh Allen. The major difference here, there's 2 major differences. Number one, when the Bills did that, they were hunting a specific thing in the draft. I don't think the Sabres are doing that. Will the Sabres just pick 20th? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe they'll trade the pick, whatever.
Maybe they will trade Peyton Krebs and move up another 7 spots.
Sure.
And then we'll trade someone else. Yeah.
Actually,
keep moving up.
Hold on.
Let me move up again?
Let me get off the Cordy Glenn moment for a moment, because there's a case to be made. Hey, I want to trade for Dylan Larkin. Well, your first-round pick's not high enough. Hold on a minute. And I just go and I get up to 11
for a guy that wasn't in your plans probably anyway.
Because the Red Wings don't want Kesselring and Krebs and somebody else.
Right.
But they want the 11th pick. Like, hold on, let me get to the 11th pick. Let me see if I can get up there. Anyway, on the Bills, when the Bills did that, they were hunting something in the draft. They were hunting Allen's. Why they had 2 first-round picks that year. They moved up on the second pick, like 10 spots or 6 spots or whatever it was, maybe even more than that. Mm-hmm. The major difference is, this is a fun fact, Cordy Glenn was what the Bills traded.
Yeah.
Michael Kesselring is what the Sabres traded. And again, like in the NFL draft, the likelihood that the pick the Bills got in that trade is probably more impactful is very high.
Yep.
How many games did Cordy Glenn play for the Bills?
Oh, a lot, right?
Cordy,
He was on a big extension.
Yeah, Cordy Glenn was the Bills' starting left tackle
Yeah.
for 78 games.
Yeah.
That is not Michael Kesselring.
No, and he was good.
Yes, he was pretty good.
He was pretty good, yeah.
They just moved on. So I get the concept is the same, and I appreciate the comparison. But the Sabres just, what did they do? I think what they found was a buyer. Was it really
Right.
that they needed to get to number 20? Or was it just like calling around, like, would you want this guy? Sure. What do you want? And the Sharks have 1 million draft picks.
Right.
So it's probably easy for them to say, we'll drop down. The Sharks are picking number 2 also.
Yeah.
We'll drop down for 20 to 27, get a right shot defenseman that's young and cheap. Sounds good. Sounds perfect for a team like that. And for the Sabres,
Maybe they had offers on the table. I wonder, like, what his market really was. He should not have had much of a market. Again, like,
Right.
He is a player who's never played 18 minutes a night in a season and has kind of been a third-pair guy through the 3 years that he's played in the NHL. What's that guy supposed to be worth? Also needing a contract, RFA, arbitration. Like, what's that guy supposed to be worth? Like, what we're hearing, like a late second-round pick or an early third-round pick? Honestly, I think if that was even on the table, I could listen to, all right, yeah, the teams were offering thirds, but I'd rather have the 7-pick trade up. I think that's fine. If you would rather have that than the pick that's probably not that good anyway. And what would you need player-wise? There's no hockey trade. I don't need a depth forward. I've got 10,000 of those.
Too many.
I don't need another goalie. I've already got 3 of those. Like, I could just swap him, I guess, for another third-pair defenseman. But why is – I don't know. I think this was about as good as you were going to do for this player.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. If you have a thought on Michael Kesselring and what it all means for the Sabres that they have made that trade. The NHL draft is a week from tomorrow, and I bet we get another trade before then. Like, if you're doing a checklist here, Chad DiDomenicis of Expected Buffalo had one last night. His checklist of guys he'd like to see trade, they should trade for various reasons. The list was Kesselring, Greenway, and Levi. Will they all be moved before the draft?
It's a good bet.
I bet Levi's moved, if not before the draft, at the draft. He's getting moved, right?
Oh, 99%. 99%.
I saw a rumor the Sabres could maybe look into trading Colton Ellis just because there's too many bodies. And we'll see.
Well, if you're trading Ellis, am I trading Levi?
You might be trading both, maybe, and go out and get your own goaltending prospect.
They really like 3 goalies and someone offers you more for Ellis. Is Levi my third goalie?
I don't think so.
Levi might not be happy being your third goalie
No,
also. I don't think there's any even that scenario.
Yeah.
Someone offers you more for Ellis. I feel like you're still moving Levi.
Well, again, what are they likely to trade you for Ellis, who was on waivers last
right, like
year?
we're talking like Kesselring packages.
Right.
Like,
Not even that.
Stuff
I mean,
that's not that much.
For Colton Ellis, are you moving up in the third round or moving up in the second round? Like, yeah.
Maybe.
These are the smaller pieces along the way, and I think a lot of us might want to connect smaller trades into something possibly bigger.
The smaller trades, I think, really what the biggest value and reason what you're doing this for is you're managing and you're massaging the cap around. A couple million here, million there, because you might want to do things this offseason, extensions, free agents, and any Greenway move. I mean, Levi is more, I think, about he's waiver eligible and why lose him for nothing if someone will give you anything, whatever it is. But their moves on that level over the next week, to me, are all about how much room can you clear for this year.
Yeah.
You're going to have room after this year. But for this year, you're tight against it. And, okay, Kesselring out. That's $1.5 million, $2 million that I was probably going to have to spend on that guy that I no longer have to. And Greenway is the big domino for me on like the salary part of it because he makes $4 million. And if I can find somebody that will take his contract for $4 million, I don't even need that to be a small package. I could just give that guy. Like that's if that wants to be future considerations.
That's not even
that is a gift if someone's willing to take $4 million in cap hit off of your team for a guy that plays on your fourth line.
Are you not giving a team a pick to take him? Isn't that most likely for $4 million? It's just 1 year left.
Maybe. I mean, there are so many teams with a lot of cap space. You might be able to find somebody to just say, we'll do it.
We'll swap thirds, something like that.
Right, that.
All right, 803-0550. Brian Koziel, when we return, U.S. Open gets started today at Shinnecock.
Yes. Tee times in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to watch a lot of golfers shoot over par because the course is too hard. and it's going to be really windy.
Yeah.
So good luck, everybody. Good luck. It's a battle. These guys are going to come in upset. I think they'll be upset.
Today will probably be the worst day.
It very well could be.
Because of the weather.
So Brian Koziel of Tee to Green will get his thoughts on the Kesselring trade, of course, as well as our host of Sabres Post Game and Intermission Reports. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. And we got ourselves a Sabres offseason underway here on WGR.
To me, the more interesting thing is the Kesselring part of it and how that went and what the player should even be worth and why the Sabres might have just wanted to get out of that. Did they just want to move on because they didn't want to go to arbitration with him? Because he was arbitration eligible. Do they not want to tie up and go down that road into August? And I think, don't you have to save salary just in case he gets awarded a certain amount or whatever? What is he? Is he even a third pair guy for you at this point? And if you want to sign Benson and Byram and even Tuck at some point, if that's still a part of this at all, then you don't really have $2.5 million to spend on your third pair defenseman when you could just give any old guy $1 million down on the third pair. You got to save $1 million or $2 million wherever you can find it, and I feel like that's what they saw here. I don't see Kesselring being all that more valuable than what Zach Metza is at this point at $850,000 a year. So I'd rather just have Zach Metza $850,000 a year and I'll go add somebody else for $1 million.
Right. Fair. I think that's all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset about the asset management necessarily. I just kind of think it's I don't know that it's whatever. It's to be celebrated that it's a start. It's a clear vision. I mean, I don't know. Kevin Adams is probably going to get a raw deal from a lot of us who think he was passive, inactive too often. And the Sabres as an organization have for a long time been kind of inactive, crippled by inactivity. And Yarmo doesn't appear to be that way. The Stanley Cup final ends, and it's all right, here's a trade. I want to move this player. He's going to be gone. And I'm sure Adams did do that, but his tenure might be more defined by trades once it feels like they have to happen. Yeah. That's Peterka. That's Savoy. That's Dylan Cousins. That's Eichel. That's Reinhart. All these trades had to happen. They were few and far between where you get to the trade that was just spurred on by oh, we're done with you.
The original goal, I think, when you traded for him was he is going to be Owen Power's partner. And the reason why I think it's okay to take the loss on that after 1 year is two reasons. I think the thing that's being brought up the most is Doan. You're able to move off of Kesselring and not try to make that work because Doan is here and the Peterka trade, you save face forever on that.
You won.
You won that
trade. You feel
trade.
great about it, yeah.
Because Doan is in the deal. If Doan wasn't in the deal, if Adams had caved instead of the Utah GM and said, all right, fine, I'll do it, Kesselring for Peterka, I wonder if they would have been willing to move off him.
Right.
Maybe different GM they would have.
Maybe, but even then, it would look so bad.
Right, then maybe you wouldn't want to move off it that quickly. But because Doan's here, then yes. But the other thing that I think really makes it easy to move off of him is the role you had envisioned for him is no longer needed. Not in the same way. Because when they traded for him, Matthias Samuelsson was nowhere. And I didn't know if he would ever play for the team again, let alone be an impact player. And him becoming a top 4 defenseman and actually becoming a top pair defenseman and pushing Byram back down with Power and that end up working, okay, I don't need Kesselring anymore. Not for what I originally set out for him to do for me, because Samuelsson did it. Samuelsson's almost perfect. He is both the reason why I think you're okay just letting the guy go for almost nothing. He also might be the evidence for why it could work for Kesselring. Samuelsson had been hurt a lot. He stayed healthy this year. Look how it went. Big guy that can move and has some skill to him. It went great. Kesselring could just be the next Samuelsson. He's big and can move. If he stays healthy next year in San Jose, he might have a really good season. But did I need that here? And did I want to pay whatever it was going to take to explore whether he could do that, I just wouldn't have thought it was worth it. I would rather have the cap space because at the end of the day, he is a defenseman that's played 190 games, and we don't have a lot of evidence he's a top 4 defenseman.
Right.
He's been a third pair guy basically his entire career.
The Buffalo Sabres made a trade. They sent the 27th pick in this year's draft along with Michael Kesselring to San Jose. In return, they received the 20th overall pick this year. For more, you can visit Paul Hamilton's piece up on our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup continues on. Yesterday, we saw Portugal draw with the Democratic Republic of Congo. England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana took down Panama 1-0, and Uzbekistan fell to Colombia 3-1. Today, Czechia takes on South Africa at noon. Switzerland takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 3. Canada and Qatar duke it out at 6, and Mexico plays South Korea at 9. Looking around the NFL, Sal Capaccio continues the State of the Bills series on our website. The latest position group up is safety. The Saints, they re-signed edge rusher Cameron Jordan to a one-year deal, and the Falcons coach Kevin Stefanski said Michael Penix, who's been dealing with a knee injury, is not yet cleared for 11-on-11s. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Red Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the White Sox 10-5, and the Mets, they beat the Reds 9-1. Also, in the PGA, the U.S. Open, just about to get underway. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
But I think when you've been world number one, you've won an Olympic gold medal, and you've won the FedEx Cup, and you've been number one in Europe, I kind of feel like it's less important based upon my other resume.
U.S. Open getting started shortly. We're going to get into some golf terminology because they're doing stuff to the course. Brian Koziel, host of Tee to Green, and also you hear him, of course, throughout the Sabres season. He was there with you all through the playoff run, intermissions, post-game, living and dying with the Sabres. Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
We'll get your thoughts on the Sabres first before we get to like the stimp meter at Shinnecock, but the trade yesterday, Michael Kesselring to the Sharks for a 7-spot slide in the first round. Initial reaction and, your full breakdown.
I think it seems overall like the Sabres made a decent move. I mean, if you remember the rotation of the Sabres defensemen in the playoffs, I mean, basically Lindy Ruff was going with anybody and everybody that was available on D other than Kesselring at some point. I mean, Ken was even getting in before he was, and we know, Stanley was in and out, and Mesa was in and out. I mean, it just seemed as though that down the stretch of the regular season and into the playoffs that they were going with other options. And we knew that Kesselring maybe wasn't 100% healthy, but, I mean, at some point you figured he was going to get an opportunity, and he really didn't. And, I thought when the trade obviously was initially made, when Peterka was sent to Utah, Kesselring we knew was maybe going to be the bigger chip of the pieces with him and Josh Doan coming over. And initially I thought he showed some good offensive upside. He never really, he always had some trouble like finishing and scoring. Not to say that he was brought in to score a ton of goals, but then the injury started, then the inconsistency started, and it just never really seemed to come back. So, I mean, if on paper right now, if you take this, if you took the Sabres roster in the playoffs, I mean, where would he be? Is he defenseman 8? And if so, if you're trading your 8th defenseman to move up 7 spots in the first round, I think I would say that I'd consider that a win. And it also makes me feel a little bit better too if you think, the overall trade, the Doan piece. If that had not been fully developed in the contract extension and all the likability that comes with him, maybe you'd feel a little worse about this trade going backwards in the sense that, well, geez, we got nothing for Peterka, but, now with how Doan has panned out, and you'd say they won the trade regardless because of what Doan has done.
All right. Why don't you think it worked really with Kesselring, Brian?
Well, I mean, this will sound like an excuse for him. I think a piece of it is that he definitely battled injuries throughout. It seemed as though every time he was back and healthy, then something else happened. So that probably had to be really frustrating for him. I mean, you look at the Sabres' top four, it was pretty solid. So where does he fit in? Is he really going to fill a role that you'd want him to play in that back pair? It didn't seem like that's what Lindy wanted him to be. We know that they brought in Logan Stanley down at the end there to maybe provide a little bit different style of player. I feel like, look, the upside that he could possibly bring on the offensive side, it wasn't there enough that it was enough to maybe push him ahead of how consistent Mesa played and some of the others that were there. So I think a piece of it's injuries. And, maybe in the end we'll look and say, hey, the Sabres shouldn't have given up on this trade or shouldn't have given up on him so quickly. But clearly in Lindy's eyes, he didn't see maybe a spot for him to be out there on a regular basis. And I think that's why this move was made. And, now you have a higher draft pick that maybe can be used for something else, because picking at 20 versus 27, that could maybe be more attractive in a move that could come here still in the next few days here leading up to the draft.
Draft is 8 days away, of course, here in Buffalo. Now, if you're going to the draft, the Sabres are on the clock and pick 7 picks earlier, so that's entertaining.
Earlier in the night.
Yeah, not bad. Brian, the U.S. Open at Shinnecock starts today. Of course, Father's Day weekend and the U.S. Open. They often go hand in hand. And I don't know that it's controversy right now. Like, Shinnecock is known as, is it the hardest course they play for the hardest major? There have only been 3 players that have ever finished under par at Shinnecock in 3 or 4 U.S. Opens. So, it's tough. And going in, windy today, they're expecting it to be very tough and even kind of tweaking the course as they go, delivering statements left and right to try to make this tournament something the best it could be, I suppose, given the circumstances.
Yeah, this course is way out on Long Island in the Hamptons, and a lot of exposure to the ocean that obviously is very close by there for those that are familiar with the area. Not a lot of trees on this golf course at all, so it's open, and when it's windy, it can play havoc with the course. They're going to be watering in between groups, possibly, if necessary. They've been watering them quite a bit. They haven't cut them to be as fast as they want to, because they don't want to have what has happened in other opens at Shinnecock, where maybe they've lost greens, either the fact that they've dried out or the fact that the wind becomes such an issue that balls are literally unable to stay on the green and be puttable for players. So they don't want that to happen. They've used the word fair. I've watched some of these press conferences from the USDA. They've used the word fair very, very, very much. They don't want to have any sort of controversies or any sort of issues. We know the last time the Open was here in 2018 when Brooks Koepka won, probably one of the highlights people will remember is Phil Mickelson hit a putt and it just wouldn't stop, and it kept rolling and rolling to the point where he ran down and hit it before it even came to a stop and took a penalty. He later said, well, I'll take the penalty versus maybe where it was going to end up. It was going to be even worse. And, I mean, that's obviously one of the lowlights, I think, of his career, but maybe of just U.S. Opens at Shinnecock. In 2004, they lost the 7th green, literally perfect shots were ending up rolling off. It just was a mess. They were watering in between groups. So they've been really, really watching that quite a bit. The wind is going to be an issue. The forecast for temperatures and sunshine should be there. It's going to be a nice week, temps in the 70s, but the wind is going to be an issue. And today's maybe going to be the worst of the 4. So it'll be something for these afternoon groups, especially, to keep an eye on today.
Yeah, it's funny, like the hoity-toity golf world, I just picture someone listening saying, they lost the 7th green? What is that? How do you lose a green? But,
that was maybe a poor choice of words.
No, you're right. That's how they refer to it, like, because like it died or whatever. Like,
Yeah, it was so parched and dried and cut to be so quick that literally the ball just would not stay. I mean, it basically like a kitchen vinyl floor, essentially, is what it turned into.
Right.
And they just even if you grabbed all the golfers in the world and said, okay, this is the perfect shot, it's going to land right here, the ball still wouldn't stop. And there was a lot of the word unfair that week for sure was out there. And that's why they're using the word fair quite a bit this week.
Scotty Scheffler going for the career Grand Slam with this, right? He does not yet have a U.S. Open. It used to be filled that we would chart for that, for the career Grand Slam. So who are you looking for this week, Brian? Who's the best story on tour for this?
Yeah, I mean, Scheffler obviously would be one of the best stories in the sense that we could have another career Grand Slam. I mean, we know McIlroy completed it last year with the Masters, and then he comes back and does it again in impressive fashion. Scheffler doesn't seem to be like as vocally motivated or excited about this opportunity for the Grand Slam. He has, kind of just said he's like, I'm just here to kind of be the best version of myself. He's very, very vague in terms of how he really talks about this. I'm here to, I want to compete and win, and if that means getting the Grand Slam at the same time, then great. So, he says it's not a motivating factor. I mean, of course, he wants to win every tournament that he's in. I got to think there's a little bit extra in the sense that, hey, winning this major versus another one gives you the elite all-time great label. I mean, there's only 6 that have ever done it. McIlroy and Woods, the most recent to do it, and we know there's some other amazing names like Jack Nicklaus that have done it. So I got to think there's a little bit of him that would find a lot of satisfaction in winning this and placing him in golf lore at a young age. I mean, he's just going to be 30 years old, so I think that he's still got a lot of good golf left. He's been a little less sharp this year. His numbers are still all top 20s in the world in terms of stroke gained off the tee to the green, putting. He's actually even putted a little better this year statistically. But his approach shots, which were deadly for the last few seasons when he dominated, have been just a little bit off. They're about 10 feet worse statistically in terms of his approach shots into the green. And placement on these greens are going to be really, really important. So if he can get that cleaned up, there's no reason why he can't win again this week.
He's been in 5 U.S. Opens in the last 5 years, and he's had 4 top 10 finishes. So he's come kind of close. Is this true of him or anybody else, that the tougher the course is, the better it is for whatever type of golfer we're talking? I would assume like the more pinpoint accurate guys are going to be, it's going to be better for them, I guess, if the harder it is, or no?
Yeah, I think that's fair because you're right. The room for error factor is so much less at an event like this that you probably would say that, yes, if you are accurately placing your shots in the proper manner and setting yourself up to have that, whether, it's hitting a good drive, all that sort of stuff. The fairways are a little wider than they have been in previous U.S. Opens at Shinnecock, too. I know that was an emphasis, too, that they just thought with maybe the conditions coming. Some of it is also, they said, that based on some of the original design that they wanted to get back to with the course. So some of that is just that. But maybe an opportunity for guys to hit more out of the fairway, maybe a little bit more easier opportunity to hit the ball on the green in the spot where they're looking for this week.
Brian, what's the story for Tee to Green this week?
2 hours, and we will be at East Aurora Country Club this week. They're holding their annual International Junior Masters event, which is the longest running junior invitational in the country, which is really cool. So we'll preview that, and obviously a ton on the U.S. Open. We'll be talking about that. David Jones, the great pro over there at East Aurora, and then Jeff Camey and Paul O'Brien, the tournament directors of the International Junior Masters, are going to join us as well. So 2 hours, 7 to 9. Looking forward to being there on Saturday morning.
Very good. Thanks, Brian, and a happy Father's Day in advance to you.
Thank you, and same to all of you guys as well.
Brian Koziel, Tee to Green, host of the Sabres intermission and post games as well. Tee to Green, 2 hours this week. The memorandum that went to the USGA players. Ready for that? Can I read this to you?
Sure.
Okay. Given the probability of high winds on Thursday and Friday, the USGA is planning to syringe putting greens between the morning and afternoon waves both days. Syringing involves, want to try to take a crack at this? What it means to what do they write that syringing the green means?
I mean, are they shooting something into the green?
Right, don't you picture
I'm picturing like some
giant
goo
hose needle that goes into into the dirt
and somehow it slows down the grass. Or,
syringing involves a very light application of water to hydrate the grass leaf blade to prevent wilt, preserve turf health, and reduce stress on the Poa annua putting greens.
Well, what was the end
This
there?
practice offers a more consistent presentation for players in both the morning and afternoon waves. Additionally, our target green speeds have been reduced to the mid-10s on the USGA stimp meter. And I've seen this morning that on the stimp, it's going to be around 11, which for golfers out there, you know what that means. If you don't know what that means, there's this thing, you roll a ball on a flat surface. How far the ball rolls is the stimp meter, right? If it rolls 10 feet, the score's a 10. 12 feet, 12. That indicates how fast the green is. Anyway, for the USGA to be at an 11, it's not been at an 11 since like 1995. So the greens today will be very slow by USGA standards.
Okay.
Do with that what you want. Use this information as you will. 803-0550, our phone number. We'll get Paul's thoughts on the Kesselring trade. 7:30 for the Cup of Joe, 7:30 for the Shots of Audio.
Sure.
You know, we got time. We got time. And Sal a little bit later as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
The original goal, I think, when you traded for him was he is going to be Owen Power's partner. And the reason why I think it's okay to take the loss on that after 1 year is two reasons. I think the thing that's being brought up the most is Doan. Like, you're able to move off of Kesselring and not try to make that work because Doan is here, and the Peterka trade, like you save face forever on that.
You won.
You won
You
that
feel
trade.
great about it, yeah.
Because Doan is in the deal. If Doan wasn't in the deal, if Adams had caved instead of the Utah GM and said, all right, fine, I'll do it, Kesselring for Peterka, I wonder if they would have been willing to move off him.
Right.
Maybe different GM they would have.
Maybe, but even then, it would look so bad.
Right, then maybe you wouldn't want to move off it that quickly. But because Doan's here, then yes. But the other thing that I think really makes it easy to move off of him is the role you had envisioned for him is no longer needed. Not in the same way. Because when they traded for him, Matthias Samuelsson was nowhere. And I didn't know if he would ever play for the team again, let alone be an impact player. And him becoming a top 4 defenseman and actually becoming a top pair defenseman and pushing Byram back down with Power and that end up working, like, okay, I don't need Kesselring anymore. Not for what I originally set out for him to do for me, because Samuelsson did it. Samuelsson's almost perfect. Like, he is both the reason why I think you're okay just letting the guy go for almost nothing. He also might be the evidence for why it could work for Kesselring. Like, Samuelsson had been hurt a lot. He stayed healthy this year. Look how it went. Big guy that can move and has some skill to him. It went great. Kesselring could just be the next Samuelsson. He's big and can move. If he stays healthy next year in San Jose, he might have a really good season. But did I need that here? And did I want to pay whatever it was going to take to explore whether he could do that? I just wouldn't have thought it was worth it. I would rather have the cap space. Because at the end of the day, he is a defenseman that's played 190 games, and we don't have a lot of evidence he's a top 4 defenseman.
Right.
He's been a third-pair guy basically his entire career.
Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Paul Hamilton in a minute. Huge news, I think. A thing in sports that was ruined, they went back and fixed it. Right? The home run derby.
Yeah, I think it's fixed.
The home run derby was broken by let's change and do a lot of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
And now they're going back to just swings.
Yeah, it was so complicated.
Here's the clock, and here's the now you just get 20 swings. Wait for your pitch, swing 20 times. And then in the next rounds, opening round is 20, the next round is 15 swings. Mm-hmm. So it's the same number of swings, not about you're going against the clock or what, just swings. And there is one wrinkle that I actually think is pretty good, and that is if you hit a home run with your 20th swing, you get to keep going until you get an out.
Oh, I like that.
So your 20th swing, homer.
Yeah.
All right?
That's good.
You've earned another one.
Yeah.
Homer. Imagine hitting 6 in a row at the end. Mm-hmm. That's a perfect wrinkle. Congratulations.
I like that.
Major League Baseball has fixed the Derby.
I've always thought that rule should be in bowling. I've always thought that.
For the perfect game?
Not even, like if I get it, I'm in the 10th frame and I hit a strike and then I hit another strike and I get to keep going until I stop hitting strikes. Yeah, in perpetuity.
I like it. I
think that should be a rule. I mean, you might never leave the lane if you're just playing in a. Probably not. I'm not that good. Nor would many. I would sure be at your rec bowling alley. But why not? I got to stop. I'm on a heater.
Fair.
They did not get rid of instant replay in the home run derby, though.
What do they need it for?
I don't know. They've had it. They had it last year, didn't they?
Yeah.
So they've got replay review in there.
Yeah. What do they need it for?
I don't know. If it hit the foul pole or not.
Yeah. Well, anyway. 803-0550 is our number. Paul Hamilton on the Michael Kesselring trade. Any new name, any big rumor that we hit yesterday? The Sabres made the trade. I didn't see any other trades in the NHL.
Didn't see a trade, but I did see a big insider tell us what Winnipeg wants for Connor Hellebuyck.
Okay. And?
It fits what the Sabres have. At least one part of it fits what the Sabres have.
You about to make a big case for it?
Yeah. And I think it's the first time it sounds like not just Hellebuyck wants to move, but like they would do it.
All right. We'll get to that. Paul Hamilton on Kesselring and the Hellebuyck price. We'll decide if we'd pay it. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
To me, the more interesting thing is the Kesselring part of it and how that went and what the player should even be worth and why the Sabres might have just wanted to like get out of that. Like, did they just want to move on because they didn't want to go to arbitration with him? Because he was arbitration eligible. Do they not want to tie up and go down that road into August? And I think don't you have to save salary just in case he gets awarded a certain amount or whatever? Like, what is he? Is he even a third pair guy for you at this point? And if you want to sign Benson and Byram and even Tuck at some point, if that's still a part of this at all, then you don't really have $2.5 million to spend on your third pair defenseman when you could just give any old guy $1 million down on the third pair. Like, you got to save $1 million or $2 million wherever you can find it, and I feel like that's what they saw here. I don't see Kesselring being all that more valuable than what, Zach Metza is at this point at $850,000 a year. So I'd rather just have Zach Metza $850,000 a year, and I'll go add somebody else for $1 million.
Right. Fair. I think that's all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset about the asset management necessarily. I just kind of think it's like, I don't know that it's, whatever. It's to be celebrated that it's a start. It's a clear vision. I mean, I don't know. Kevin Adams is probably going to get a raw deal from a lot of us who think he was passive, inactive too often. Mm-hmm. And the Sabres as an organization have for a long time been kind of inactive, crippled by inactivity. And Yarmo doesn't appear to be that way. The Stanley Cup final ends, and it's like, all right, here's the trade. Like, I want to move this player. He's going to be gone. And I'm sure Adams did do that, but his tenure might be more defined by trades once it feels like they have to happen. Yeah. That's Peterka. That's Savoy. That's Dylan Cousins. That's Eichel. That's Reinhart. Like, all these trades had to happen. They were few and far between where you get to the trade that was just like spurred on by like, oh, we're done with you.
The original goal, I think, when you traded for him was he is going to be Owen Power's partner. And the reason why I think it's okay to take the loss on that after 1 year is two reasons. I think the thing that's being brought up the most is Doan. Like, you're able to move off of Kesselring and not try to make that work because Doan is here, and the Peterka trade, like, you save face forever on that.
You won.
You won that
trade. You feel
trade.
great about it, yeah.
Because Doan is in the deal. If Doan wasn't in the deal, if Adams had caved instead of the Utah GM and said, all right, fine, I'll do it, Kesselring for Peterka, I wonder if they would have been willing to move off him.
Right.
Maybe different GM they would have.
Maybe, but even then, it would look so bad.
Right, then maybe you wouldn't want to move off it that quickly. But because Doan's here, then yes. But the other thing that I think really makes it easy to move off of him is the role you had envisioned for him is no longer needed. Not in the same way. Because when they traded for him, Matthias Samuelsson was nowhere. And I didn't know if he would ever play for the team again, let alone be an impact player. And him becoming a top 4 defenseman and actually becoming a top pair defenseman and pushing Byram back down with Power and that end up working, like, okay, I don't need Kesselring anymore. Not for what I originally set out for him to do for me, because Samuelsson did it. Samuelsson's almost perfect. Like, he is both the reason why I think you're okay just letting the guy go for almost nothing. He also might be the evidence for why it could work for Kesselring. Like, Samuelsson had been hurt a lot. He stayed healthy this year. Look how it went. Big guy that can move and has some skill to him. It went great. Kesselring could just be the next Samuelsson. He's big and can move. If he stays healthy next year in San Jose, he might have a really good season. But did I need that here? And did I want to pay whatever it was going to take to explore whether he could do that? I just wouldn't have thought it was worth it. I would rather have the cap space. Because at the end of the day, he is a defenseman that's played 190 games, and we don't have a lot of evidence he's a top 4 defenseman.
Right.
He's been a third-pair guy basically his entire career.
The Buffalo Sabres made a trade. They sent the 27th pick in this year's draft along with Michael Kesselring to San Jose. In return, they received the 20th overall pick this year. For more, you can visit Paul Hamilton's piece up on our website, WGR550.com. He also joins the show up next. The World Cup continues on. Yesterday, we saw Portugal draw with the Democratic Republic of Congo. England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana took down Panama 1-0, and Uzbekistan fell to Colombia 3-1. Today, Czechia takes on South Africa at noon. Switzerland takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 3. And Canada and Qatar duke it out at 6. And then Mexico plays South Korea at 9 to wrap it up. Around the NFL, Sal Capaccio continues his State of the Bills series on our website. The latest position group up is safety. The Saints, they re-signed edge rusher Cameron Jordan to a 1-year deal. And Falcons coach Kevin Stefanski said Michael Penix, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is not yet cleared for 11-on-11s. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Red Sox 3-0. The Yankees beat the White Sox 10-5. And the Mets beat the Reds 9-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Mr. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Wester Hotline. Sabres made a trade yesterday, and the offseason is upon us. Doesn't take long for hockey to get started once the Cup finals are over. Cup final is over, I should say. And a couple trades, and then here we go. Jarmo Kekalainen pulls the trigger on sending Michael Kesselring to the San Jose Sharks. Paul joins us. Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. I'm good. I'm excited to see that we're off and running. You know, the hockey off season, it comes quickly, and I was eager for it to get started. The draft's in, 8 days, and free agency's in less than 2 weeks, so all this Alex Tuck conversation will all come to a head. And, of course, I feel like Sabres fans are connecting dots, right? The first piece moved, Michael Kesselring traded. Is it a move to set up a move? Yada, yada, yada. But what was your first reaction upon seeing Kesselring to the Sharks and the Sabres moving up 7 spots in the first round?
Yeah, it certainly was no surprise. I was a little bit taken back by I thought you could have gotten more out of that. Right-handed shooting defensemen usually get you quite a bit more than that would. I mean, even remember Ristolainen got traded for a first-round pick, and I almost fell off my chair. It's like, what? They got a first-round pick for Ristolainen, type of a thing. So, and it does make you wonder, do the Sabres have something else up their sleeve? It's like, well, there was another trade that they are interested in the 27th overall pick wouldn't get it done, but the 20th might, type of a situation.
Yeah.
Or Jerry Fortin is pretty good at having a good idea how the draft board is going to go down, and he usually, or within a pick or two, knows, who's going to be available and who's not. And is there a player they have in their head that they really want to draft that they know isn't going to be there at 27, but maybe has an opportunity to be there at 20, so that might be something that they're thinking about too. But it doesn't surprise me at all that Kesselring, he wasn't made available at the end of the year. Most veterans were. I asked Jarmo Kekalainen specifically if, Kesselring still wants to be a part of this. He answered the question with a long answer, but didn't answer the question. He talked about, he's had meetings with him and the whole thing about his role on the team, and he realizes that his role on the team is different than what they thought it was going to be when they traded for him. And, we all know what happened. Injuries got in the way. He didn't start the season until October 28th. He got hurt in training camp. He had 3 different injuries. He admitted he came back too soon on one of them, which, it affected his speed. It affected, many things that he was trying to do. He just couldn't play the way that he's capable of playing with what he did with Utah, what he did with Team USA at the World Championship, and could never get to that point. So while that was happening, Matthias Samuelsson became Matthias Samuelsson, which is at times and different games the best defenseman Buffalo had. He really took the bull by the horns. Bo Byram, after that trade, signed for two more years. And so Buffalo thought, well, they need a top 4D. And a lot of people thought, well, to play with Owen Power, well, they didn't need that anymore because their top 4 is pretty solid right now. Jarmo Kekalainen called them the best in the league. And he feels that you start building from the defense out, and he's looking to sign Byram long-term to a contract extension. He mentioned that's something that he wants to do. So had Kesselring stayed, where is he going to play? On Lindy Ruff's depth chart, it was rather obvious. Connor Timmins came back, and he was ahead of Kesselring on the depth chart. Metza was ahead of Kesselring on the depth chart. They acquired 2 defensemen from Winnipeg. They both were ahead of Kesselring on the depth chart. And Kesselring was not happy about it. And to my knowledge, he never publicly asked to be traded, but he did say that he, publicly, that he disagreed with Lindy Ruff and how Lindy Ruff was handling him and playing time and that type of thing. But I will give him, the credit that, he still gave it all his practice. In practice, he kept himself ready just in case he did get an opportunity to play, and he had one opportunity to play in the playoffs, and he played 4 minutes and 25 seconds in that game. and that's it. So he saw the writing on the wall. So let me put it this way: I would not be surprised at all if he asked to be traded. Although, to my knowledge, I don't think he did that publicly.
Yeah, no, but we saw signs. You're right. Like he did that interview with the Utah media early in the season. Like the season had barely got rolling, and I remember him talking about the adjustment of being in a place where you can now be criticized. And he had kind of been active on Instagram, like posting things during the season that made it seem like he wasn't happy, which you don't usually see from hockey players. So I don't know, Paul. Just didn't ever feel like, from his vantage point, that maybe he would want to keep it going. And he's not, is it worth it if you're not even sure if the guy might want to stay and be a part of this?
Yeah, and if you're Jarmo Kekalainen, you have to say to yourself, he had never been criticized as a player because he had played in Arizona and Utah. And there's really not that much, if any, media that covers you. And so you can play as poorly can be, and the only media that's around you is the team media. And I can tell you, Utah travels with a lot of people in their social media department and all that, but there are no writers or anybody that travels on the road with Utah. So, it was the way he talked about it, it was like he enjoys being in a hockey market where, fans and people care. And he just said, he didn't say it's a bad thing. He just said it's an adjustment for him. They understand what they're looking at, and if they don't like what they're looking at, they let you know. So that is a question mark. It'd be a question mark in my mind. Does he have the mental makeup to be able to handle playing in a market where things don't go right? You're going to hear it during the game. You're going to hear it on social media. You're going to hear it from the media. That's not anything he's ever been used to as a pro.
Paul, do you think any part of this, too, from the Sabres end and why they might have wanted to move on is he didn't have a contract. He was arbitration eligible. Like, I don't know if we were headed there, but if they were, I could see them just saying, we don't want to deal with that and go through that process with this player. I don't think he's a player that they'd have to be worried about getting a big amount of money, because what's he going to get? A couple million, like a little bit more than what the qualifying offer was going to be. But do you feel like, given that for at least 1 year they're tight against the cap, that even the difference of $1 million or $1.5 million might have been why they would say this isn't worth it to us?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some teams, that is a big deal. They don't want to deal with arbitration, and that's why a lot of times you'll see contracts agreed to a couple hours before arbitration starts, before the hearing starts. Because teams just don't want to deal with it. And sometimes players don't want to deal with it either. It can go against them. The way they're trying to get themselves set up. So, I think it's definitely because they're still going to have to sign somebody. It's not like, they, as you mentioned, they don't have a lot of money right now, especially if they re-sign Tuck. But right now they only have 6D. If Stanley and Shen and Kesselring, they were the ones unsigned, and a lot of people don't think Stanley or Shen are going to be re-signed either, which means somebody, whether it's Johnson comes up as a guy who's your number 7 guy, he is signed, by the way, or you sign some guy that can be your depth defenseman, but somebody is going to be slotted in that place where Kessling would have been, and adding to the salary cap.
Paul, quick question for you. While Alex Tuck might be the most impending decision that's coming in the next 2 weeks or so, is Byram their biggest decision to make in terms of like a fork in the road kind of call?
Yeah, because Benson's going to re-sign, and they want to re-sign him long term, which is more money going to be off the cap. And what's that going to cost you? I would guess on a long-term deal, it's going to be over $6 million. I think that's pretty well decided. I think it's something that they would like to do. Now, Byram is not. You already know what he's going to be on your cap next year, because his contract extension wouldn't kick in till the year after. But you can start negotiating with Byram on July 1st, and it's something that they really want to do. So I mean, I think I think they do want to go after Byram, and I don't know what his thinking is. I don't know if he wants to be treated like a number one defenseman would be treated, where you're playing on all power plays and you're playing on all penalty kills. It's something that he talked about a little bit. So what's his thought process? Does he want to go for that contract extension and stay here? And as Kekalainen says, you build from the back out, and he wants to keep those four together.
Yeah, I wonder if they got a sense that he was going to take it the Tuck route, which is I'm at least going to get to free agency, if they would feel nervous about that. And they feel like they would act on that, or they would treat him as a one-year rental. Like, with Tuck, we had this conversation kind of before the Sabres were good, and then they got good. It was obvious they should keep him. Now, if they're trying to, win the Stanley Cup or be competitive for the division again, like a Byram final year certainly has value, but you just wonder if they thought they could spin it into something else. Whatever. If he's going to get traded but not sign with his new team, then that's going to drop his value as well. So it'll be something to monitor for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's and that's the thing. What do you do with him then? I mean, Darren Ferris is the type of agent that he does want his clients to go to free agency to see what's out there, to see what maybe they could get type of a situation. So would they do that with him? Would the agent be encouraging him to test free agency and see where it goes? And if the Sabres find out that he's not interested at all in signing a long-term deal, then what do you do with that? I mean, I would not have traded Tuck if I were the Sabres. I would have kept him, even if you lose him. All right, well, he was your guy that you kept, and it was just like making a trade, for a guy who has an expiring contract, just to try to bring somebody in to help you get to where you want to get. So I definitely would not criticize them at all. If Tuck were to leave and they got nothing out of it, I would have done the same thing because I think he was too important a part of the team to trade him before you even got to the playoffs and started trying to get on a run.
Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Raylex Honda. Raylex, we got this. All right, Paul, we'll keep you on speed dial because we could see a bunch of things in the coming days.
And that's what you want, right?
That's right. That's right. Definitely. Love it. Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton. Kesselring out. Hellebuck in. Joe says the asking price for Connor Hellebuck from an insider is out there.
We have the clip from Darren.
All right.
He's on the Barn Burner podcast.
Okay, we're going to play the game where we listen and decide, all right, do I want to pay this asking price
Yes.
for Connor Hellebuck?
Okay, the most captivating for me is Connor Hellebuck. When you look at the Winnipeg Jets, they need a number 2 center. They need a number 4 center. They need bigger and more aggressive defense. Tougher guys, physical guys that aren't easy to play against.
They just got rid of Logan Stanley.
I know. Yeah.
I don't think he could play high enough in a full lineup, but he is
maybe. And I mean, if you're willing to consider Hellebuck, and they are, let's just be fair in this. Winnipeg is willing to consider moving Connor Hellebuck. If they are, then you've got to tick off at least a couple of the boxes that I just described. Preferably a number 2 center, and maybe you get a defenseman on top of that, and you worry about the 4C down the path.
All right. A couple things in there, like they want to get bigger and tougher, and of course someone says, like, what about Logan Stanley? Who
they just had for 5 years.
Yeah. But I don't think that's he's big.
He's big and
sometimes tough.
He can fight.
Yep.
But
we haven't talked too much about Stanley returning, and Paul there said Stanley likely not to return. So a number 2 center and a defenseman.
Yeah.
I don't really have the defenseman unless it's Mertka, it's a prospect. Because I'm not trading the top 4.
We've traded him 10,000 times already. Is it just be him again?
Is it Connor Timmins? Like, really, who is it? It's not going to be top 4.
Right. And
So-
if it does sound like that's almost more of a throw-in.
Okay.
Anyways, so like if the three boxes he said, you got to check a couple of them. Second line center, fourth line center, who cares about fourth line center? You can get that anywhere. And then throw in defenseman. That's kind of how it read to me. So second line center is the number one thing. Right. Is Timmins enough? Maybe it would have to be Murtka. Maybe Murtka is exactly like the type of guy, like he's big and he's young and he's, not that far off of making the NHL. Like maybe that's the one that would get you across the finish line.
But who's the main piece?
They have a lot. We could mention a lot of different names here.
Right. So if a team says I'd like a 2C,
there are like four.
We open up the jacket like, well, I got a bunch of those.
I've got a lot of those. The first two that come to mind, though, for me are McLeod and Norris. Right? I mean, they might want to say, well, we'll take Hellenius, or we'll take Ostlund, or we'll take Kulik. Like one of the young guys that might be unproven to some extent, but are projecting to being great players versus I don't know if they're ready to keep going and trying to win. I don't know. It kind of feels like that they are, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's no talk there of picks and prospects. Like we're going to take Hellebuck and we're going to surround our veteran guys like Mark Scheifele and Kyle Connor and Josh Morrissey with other veteran guys. We're going to use Hellebuck to make the roster better outside of goalie. So but doesn't it sound like McLeod and Timmins is just not even close to being enough? That's Weber, Ennis in a second, right? Like I'm not getting the best goalie in the world for Ryan McLeod and Connor Timmins, right?
You wonder what they want. Like, let's talk about Hellebuck for a minute here. He's 33.
Yeah.
And he's under contract for 5 more years. So
Right.
I don't know if you would count him as a contract where it's like, well, in 5 years, that's not going to look so good. It depends. He did not have a good year last year. But if he bounces back, 8.5 for Connor Hellebuck is fine.
Totally fine.
And if the Sabres were to make a trade, whoever makes a trade for Hellebuck is making a 5-year commitment that's your guy. And goalies can play to that age, right? Like that's not a concern.
All the time.
Goalies can play to that age.
That position is just not required to be as explosive like over long stretches. So you can do that. That game you can play for a while in net. I mean, Luongo played at a pretty decent level until he was like 40.
Yeah.
So like guys do it. I have long been sort of like, does he really fit the timeline? But like, I don't know if it's going to cost you Murtka and like one of the prospects. I think you're doing it. Have to do that.
You're doing it.
I think he's perfect. I think in that case, like in my head, this costs more. And what Drager lays out there is like one of the prospects and get him a D. And are you doing like I know Paul was just talking about like sign Byram, but like is Byram that guy? Is it Byram and McLeod? Is it Byram and all right? It's a little better of a D. Do you want the fourth line center and toss somebody in there?
If it's Byram, you're now looking for a filler into your 4th spot.
Right.
Your top 4, which is like your backbone is no longer there.
Right.
And there's a major opening.
I just would bet that they would ask for that player. If the negotiations start, that might be their like first ask is like, all right, give us Byram and one of your young guys.
Yeah.
And you got to talk them off of either one of those two options, I think. And I think you'd want to keep Byram. I think that's still clear for me. But I mean, if you're picking up Hellebuck, you're going to lose something that hurts.
Right. That would be my question is what's the level of defenseman that fits what he was just talking about?
Right.
Because there's a massive gulf between Timmins and Byram and what that player might be. Second line center seems like the starting point. And there also is that the market might not be that big. I don't know if Hellebuck has a list like Larkin does, but he does have a full no movement clause. So you're not going to get 15 teams, I think, bidding against each other for him. I don't know if that takes the price down a lot, but if I'm bidding against Florida, like Florida's got Anton Lundell with no trade protection. If they want to move him, that's a second line center that's 24 years old. Like I don't know who the defenseman is they're throwing in, but maybe I have to throw in a Murtka instead of a throw-in because I've got to beat out their offer.
And
which I think if it's Lundell, and that's the only guy, he's getting connected to Florida all over
everywhere.
the place.
That's like their only chip.
And right, that's the only thing that I'm looking at on their team that makes any sense. So if I got to beat out Lundell, like I don't think Ryan McLeod does that.
No.
Or even Norris because of the injuries.
But I would bet.
How do I get over top of their offer? I think by making at least Murka the defenseman.
Yes, I think Murka as the defenseman in that deal to me really works because of what Drager mentions in there. Like they want a bigger guy, kind of modern. I think Murka's a fun prospect. We're so into trading him, but like he's a great archetype of player.
What would you bet right now on him ever playing a game for the Buffalo Sabres?
Well, if they trade Byram, I would say he's next man up. And
I think
you're
that might be
growing
right.
him in.
Maybe they tried to get Parayko. Well, if they're trading Byram away, aren't they doing something significant to replace him?
Well, wouldn't Parayko, maybe that idea be we don't know what's going to happen with Byram? So instead of Parayko in the bottom pair, we've got a guy that's coming in to be in the top 4. That's why I asked Paul, is the biggest actual fork in the road Byram? What are you going to do? If you think you can sign him, bang, you answer that question, you're going down the left fork. If he says, I'm going to go to free agency.
Right, because Darren Ferris is his agent.
Now all of a sudden we have to have internal meetings and say, like, what should we do here? If we could try to win the Stanley Cup this year, of course. Like, I think they're a contender to try to win, depending on the moves they make. Or do we cut it here, get what we can, and start to build that Cup contender? We've got these young players. We think there's an open window here. Not to say you would be like diminishing the immediate present. It's just I think Byram is a fork in the road. Talk to me is, they'll want to keep him, but if they don't, I don't think it changes what they are as much as losing Byram would, based on how they talk about that top 4.
If you thought you were headed for the same road that you just went down with Tuck, where you didn't sign him last offseason, you went into the year went great, and you got to the deadline, and it was so clear and obvious that, well, we're not trading him now. All right, he's our rental. Would you want to go down that road again if you thought it was possible with Byram? If the agent was giving you an indication that, he might want to test free agency.
Yeah.
We're not sure. All right, do you want to – was that a good result? Tuck was good for them all year. I don't know that they make the playoffs without him. I don't know if they win the Boston series without him. But they're about to lose him without getting anything in return.
Right.
Like I guess the question would almost be if you went back in time and in the summer, last summer, would you say, knowing everything you've known, if I could have gotten something that would have been good for a long time for Tuck, would I have done it? Because that would be your question about Byram. I know the organizations are in very different places.
I think about it less in terms of what you would get directly for that player and more how soon do we want to start down this path instead. Right.
I wouldn't say for me it's yet. I mean, Yarmo said 2 weeks ago that it was like that they were going to meet last week. Mm-hmm. So what, they've met a week ago was their first real meeting about it. And I don't even think he's eligible until July 1st.
Could they give him a deadline of like, listen, we want to know by July 15th if you're going to talk with us here or if you're just going to go to free agency, which, again, like if the
that's an early, it's the 2 week deadline.
I understand, but like
eligible.
Here's our offer. Here's a fair offer. This is our offer until August 1st.
Right.
And if you want it, it's there for you. We love to have you. Or otherwise, like, I don't know, you're pulling it mid-season. You're saying we're not going to – teams would give these artificial deadlines. They don't even have to really believe them. But it could happen.
Yeah, you put a pressure point on a guy and go
we've got to know if we should be planning for you to hit free agency. You're on the team now, but like there's all these timelines. And I was thinking about this yesterday with, whether it's Kesselring or Byram. Like the team is really tight and really close during the year, and it's a family and all. Then you get to the offseason, and the players, of course, would remain tight. But players and team, what is it? It's musical chairs. It's I got to find my spot. I got to do what's right for me. That's Tuck right now. Like, sure, love it, love everybody, but I got to figure out what I'm going to do first.
Yeah.
803-0550. The World Cup of Joe, Shots of Audio, Sal Capaccio, all coming up. All 3 segments that rhyme for no real reason, but they do coming up. You can join us too. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
For more comfort,
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Gorfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Brian, the U.S. Open at Shinnecock starts today. Of course, Father's Day weekend and the U.S. Open. They often go hand in hand. And I don't know that it's controversy right now. Like, Shinnecock is known as, is it the hardest course they play for the hardest major? There have only been 3 players that have ever finished under par at Shinnecock in 3 or 4 U.S. Opens. So, like, it's tough. And going in, windy today, they're expecting it to be very tough and even kind of tweaking the course as they go, delivering statements left and right to try to make this tournament something the best it could be, I suppose, given the circumstances.
Yeah, this course is way out on Long Island in the Hamptons, and a lot of exposure to the ocean that obviously is very close by there for those that are familiar with the area. Not a lot of trees on this golf course at all, so it's open, and when it's windy, it can play havoc with the course. They're going to be watering in between groups, possibly if necessary. They've been watering them quite a bit. They haven't cut them to be as fast as they want to because they don't want to have what has happened in other opens at Shinnecock, where maybe they've lost greens, either the fact that they've dried out or the fact that the wind becomes such of an issue that balls are literally unable to stay on the green and be puttable for players. So they don't want that to happen. They've used the word fair. I've watched some of these press conferences from the USDA. They've used the word fair very, very, very much. They don't want to have any sort of controversies or any sort of issues. We know the last time the Open was here in 2018 when Brooks Koepka won, probably one of the highlights people will remember is Phil Mickelson hit a putt and it just wouldn't stop, and it kept rolling and rolling to the point where he ran down and hit it before it even came to a stop and took a penalty. He later said, well, I'll take the penalty versus maybe where it was going to end up. It was going to be even worse. And, I mean, that's obviously one of the lowlights, I think, of his career, but maybe of just U.S. Opens at Shinnecock. In 2004, they lost the 7th green, literally perfect shots were ending up rolling off. It just was a mess. They were watering in between groups. So they've been really, really watching that quite a bit. The wind is going to be an issue. The forecast for temperatures and sunshine should be there. It's going to be a nice week, temps in the 70s, but the wind is going to be an issue. And today's maybe going to be the worst of the 4. So it'll be something for these afternoon groups, especially, to keep an eye on today.
Let me put it this way. I would not be surprised at all if he has to be traded, although to my knowledge, I don't think he did that publicly.
Yeah, no, but we saw signs. You're right. Like, he did that interview with the Utah media early in the season. Like, the season had barely got rolling, and I remember him talking about the adjustment of being in a place where you can now be criticized, and he had kind of been active on Instagram, like posting things during the season that made it seem like he wasn't happy, which you don't usually see from hockey players.
The Sabres have made a trade. They sent the 27th pick in this year's draft along with Michael Kesselring to San Jose. In return, they received the 20th overall pick. For more, you can visit Paul Hamilton's piece up on our website, WGR550.com. He also just joined Jeremy and Joe. You'll be able to find that on demand as well. The World Cup continues on. Yesterday, we saw Portugal draw with the Democratic Republic of Congo. England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana took down Panama 1-0. And Uzbekistan fell to Colombia 3-1. Today, Czechia takes on South Africa at noon. Switzerland takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 3. Canada and Qatar duke it out at 6, and Mexico play South Korea at 9. Looking around the NFL, Sal Capaccio continues his State of the Bill series on our website. The latest position group up is safety. The Saints, they re-signed edge rusher Cam Jordan to a one-year deal. And the Falcons coach, Kevin Stefanski, said Michael Penix, who's been dealing with a knee injury, is not yet cleared for 11-on-11s. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Red Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the White Sox 10-5. And the Mets, they beat the Reds 9-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Long run there. Thomas and Southwick got free. He's in the box. Asante across. Can't. It's a goal. You're in shape.
Ghana beats Panama. See, you know what this is like for me? My first round pick was a bust, but my second round pick has really hit. Portugal with a draw.
You drafted Kyrie Elam in round 1, but you
and
got Christian Benford
Yeah,
later
Ghana.
on.
3 points for Ghana in our World Cup pool. The Black Stars with a late goal to beat Panama. Jeremy and Joe, World Cup rolls today. England, Croatia was maybe the game of the tournament.
England was unbelievable.
They looked very good.
The chances they were creating were just nuts. So much talent. I thought the best video, though, we've seen of the tournament was when the Congo scored in the video of Lisbon, Portugal, the capital, where they had a giant square of what looked like 1 million people watching the game. And in the middle, there's like a dozen guys from the Congo that are all going crazy and cheering as everybody else around them probably were like, what are these guys doing here?
Yeah.
That was awesome. Big upsets you're getting. These teams that are really low ranked, like that team would not have been in the World Cup if we were at 32 teams and they drew Portugal.
I wonder if the expanded group stage where first and second and a lot of thirds will make it have led to some complacency from the teams at the top. You are very likely to make it through if you are.
Yeah.
You win one game, you're probably going to get through, are you not? Like Portugal.
You're going to be risking it, but yeah, as long as on goal differential, you're okay.
Because while Portugal got a draw, we saw
a draw and a win should get you through.
That's right.
3, you might need some help with other stuff.
But you saw some of the best teams play legitimately bad first halves. France did not play well in the first half, turned it on in the second half. I just wonder if the kingpins kind of know it's not for all the marbles yet. So today brings the second game of group stages, the first run of those. Czechia, South Africa, Switzerland, Bosnia, Herzegovina. The other games today are, I had them up a minute ago here. Let me pull them back up.
Oh, today?
Yeah.
We've got, is it 4 games?
Canada.
Yeah. Czechia, South Africa's at noon. Switzerland, Bosnia 3. Canada and Qatar's at 6. And then Mexico, South Korea at 9.
There you go.
And those are your 8 countries that we're featuring today on World Cup of Joe.
World Cup of Joe.
I am clapping back. I am not happy with the perfect game that was.
We went unbeaten yesterday with 8 facts matched with the 8 countries.
So really, it's the other way around. I feel like it's not a perfect game for you. I feel like I went to the step to the mound and had like 3 grand slams hitting off me.
See, this is where this kind of game gets tough because back when we used to do Guess the Prospect, Brayton Wilson used to put together Guess the Prospect. And if we got the prospect, the next day he would make it impossible for us. Like we had punched him directly in the next day. He's like, nobody's getting anything on these.
Well, maybe it might be.
Okay, this is World Cup of Joe, Joe's revenge.
Yeah.
All right.
We're in for it.
For Ofer. All right. So again, the countries today: Czechia, South Africa, Switzerland, Bosnia. Just going Bosnia.
Sure.
It's a mouthful otherwise. Canada, Qatar, Mexico, and South Korea. All right, ready for fact number 1?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Sometimes referred to as the heart-shaped land, because it's shaped like a heart.
All right.
Shaped like a heart.
Okay.
Social pet law. It's illegal to only own one pet.
Wow.
I kind of like that.
That's all right.
Keep your pets with friends.
Is there a window? What if one dies? You have to buy a third?
I think there's a window. I was reading about it.
There's got to be a grace period.
There's a
Like
grace
getting
period.
your car inspected where you get like 30 days.
Yeah,
in between.
I'm not sure how much they would enforce it there, but they'd like you to act on that eventually, I think.
Okay.
Valentine's Day is for men. Women give men flowers and chocolates. White Day a month later in this country is
all right.
Reciprocated.
Okay.
Invented the Caesar salad.
Oh.
I feel like somebody should know that one.
All right.
Most beer consumed per capita in the world.
Okay.
Okay.
The only nation on earth with 3 capital cities.
Okay.
Whoa.
3 capital cities.
Okay.
2 more, both animal themed. Falcon obsessed. This country has markets for falcons, a falcon hospital, and you're allowed up to 6 falcons allowed on commercial flights.
I think we're going to get this one. I think I know that one.
You think you're getting that one?
Yes.
I love that fact, though.
That's
I
a
think I
great
know that
fact.
one.
How about that you're allowed up to 6? 7, no, but 6 falcons on your commercial flight.
I think we're going to get that one, but
All
I'm
right.
not, and finally?
Largest gathering of snakes in the world.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have one guess off the top, if that's okay with everybody.
If you want to go, I mean, I've got one that I feel good about also.
Okay. South Africa is a very large chunk of land, so I would assume that's the 3 capitals.
Official guess?
I had Bosnia. Would it not make sense for Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Herzegovina?
Yes.
Maybe.
To have 3 because it's kind of 2 territories. And
I don't. Listen, yesterday we sounded like very educated individuals, nailing all 8 clues to the 8 countries.
I have one that I know.
I also, let's do that. What do you know?
I know that Canada has the largest gathering of snakes.
He knows that.
Okay.
All right.
Correct.
Wow.
Bang.
All right,
I thought that was a sneaky one. Because you wouldn't think Canada and snakes immediately.
Tell us about it.
Manitoba.
Wait, I want to know how he knows.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Have you been to it?
No, I think this is
Been to it would
another
be crazy.
YouTube video situation from my youth. I think this is another, I think, like top 5 mojo whatever thing from when I was like 12. I watched a YouTube video about this. But it's like 100,000 snakes, I think.
Yeah.
Like it's a billion snakes.
Yeah, tens of thousands of snakes every May. There's a snake. It's called the Narcisse Snake Dens in Manitoba.
Yes.
Whoa.
The largest concentration of snakes in the world. The ground essentially turns into a writhing carpet of reptiles.
Oh, I would never catch me there. Never catch me there.
Don't get down.
Garter
with that.
snakes. They're
Do the snakes start migrating months in advance? No.
they come from the ground. It says.
No.
They emerge
They're like
from their
locusts?
underground
Wait.
dens.
This isn't a convention. This is a natural thing that happens.
It's a mating. It's a mating.
Yeah, it's like a
I thought it was like a snake convention.
Oh, no. Yeah.
A snake convention.
All right.
Snake con.
All right, you're on the board.
I want to get in with Falcon Obsessed early.
Okay.
I think I remember last World Cup there being stories about you could fly with a falcon. I think Qatar is Falcon Obsessed.
Okay.
I think you're right.
I
about
like that.
Correct. They're
All right.
falcon obsessed.
Yeah.
They have a hospital for falcons.
A lot of falcon stuff in Qatar. Yeah. Right? Were there.
By the way, when I said a market for falcons, it's like a market for things you buy for your falcon.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not like a
No, it's not
a trade show for the Falcons.
Yeah, basically.
Where the falcons go shopping?
It kind of is
Yeah.
falcon shopping.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're 2 for 2. Great start.
You guys got the animals.
Great
down.
start. Yes.
Yes.
I thought those could have been. I think you could have got Canada on, or the snake could have been the cutter.
Yes, there were
You-
definite opportunities.
That was a
to go, like,
misleading one that you've
South
already
Africa-
blown right through.
Yeah, South Africa snakes would have got me too, but I just, thank God for my YouTube obsession.
I still feel South Africa with 3 capital cities, guys. I can't look away.
Okay.
Okay, Joe, we're going to trust Joe Kelly here.
South Africa has 3 capital cities.
Oh, let's go.
Pretoria is the executive branch, Cape Town is the legislative branch, and Bloemfontein is the
Have we
judicial
discovered
branch.
the next great game show that should be on primetime television?
This is pretty
3
good.
idiots just pulled together like I feel like
Based on vibes.
yeah, vibes alone.
Yeah.
All right.
I
So
feel like we got to get this beer one.
okay. on the beer one.
Most beer consumed per capita in the world.
I want to go Mexico here.
Yes.
I want to go Mexico on most beer per capita.
I love that idea.
There's a lot of people in Mexico.
There's a lot of beer. Modelo's the number one beer in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's so.
I love their commercials. I love the song.
Yes.
Oh man.
Should be like a sport. That should be like the Sabres intro song. The Modelo
I mean,
song.
I'm not even
kidding.
We could get to Czechia here. You could get to Switzerland here.
Yeah.
Heart-shaped land. Social law says you can only own one pet. Valentine's Day, the men get the gifts. Invented the Caesar salad and most beer consumed per capita.
The pet one to me feels Swiss.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Your pet needs a friend.
Clip that.
Feels like it's a Swiss thing to me.
Right. Did we clip yesterday Joe saying if you were a bird, you could just go to all the sporting events?
Yeah.
I'll go to all the football games.
I am, yeah.
If I were a bird, I would go to all football games.
We are developing an open back here.
The pet
so.
thing feels Swiss. I mean, heart-shaped land. Can we get a heart-shaped land? I mean, Mexico's like...
No, Mexico's not heart-shaped.
I mean,
Czechia
depends how loosely you're interpreting the heart.
And are we talking
That's
heart?
true. You're right. Is it a real heart
Is it
or
real
is it
heart?
the-
Or is it-
yeah, is it the human heart or is it the
anatomically
graphic?
correct.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that's going to be different. All right. Listen, we're off to a good start. If we get one wrong here, no one's going to think,
Nobody's
we're not going to
No, you've already surpassed expectations, I would say. Although you've only got 3 out of 8.
be, it's a good start.
If you get to 500, you'd have to go 0 to not get the 500. So.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
All right. I want to
gotta-
say Czechia is not going to be on, like, invented something because the country has been split. So
You don't think they're capable of inventing something?
I think the Caesar salad was around long before, like, Czechia.
I see what you mean.
That's all. That's all.
Who invented the Caesar salad?
Caesar salad, I feel, is going to be a trick here, and that's making
Well, I mean, Italy's not involved, so
Right.
That's the thing.
it is a trick.
right. And so, it's almost pushing me to like, what's the who would be the least
Canada.
likely? Well, we got Canada.
Yeah, that's
already.
right. But
Like South Korea, it can't be South Korea. Mexico, I could see.
with
All right.
Caesar?
Somebody get a guess. I'll trust you.
I like the Switzerland. Give me
The
the,
pet
Switzerland
thing.
pets thing. I want to know if I'm right about that.
Correct. Switzerland has a social pet law. It's illegal to only own one pet that is designated as a social animal.
I'll
People
tell you
are
why.
going to think we are cheating with these guesses.
100%. But I'll tell you why I thought that. It's the same reason. The Scandinavian, I know they're not necessarily Scandinavian, but they've got
not.
the vibe to me is close enough that I went with the happiness thing that I went with the other day, and that got me there.
right,
Owen got
okay.
like secret cameras back here.
I
He's in
swear.
control back there.
I swear.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
What do we have remaining?
We've got beer. We've got Caesar salad,
Heart-shaped land.
heart-shaped land.
I wouldn't mind taking a shot at Mexico for the beer. I don't mind the logic there with Modelo, all of that.
I think there's too many people, but I'll live with it if you guys want to go there. I think it's too many people. It's too big a country to be per capita. Per capita to me makes
like
me
could-
think it's a smaller country.
Could Czechia be this for beer?
It could. It definitely could be. I think it's one of Chechnya or Bosnia.
Let's try Czechia. I'm trying to think of heart-shaped things on a map right now.
Bosnia's heart-shaped land. Let's do that because it's small and could
And
be.
isn't it? It's below. I'm trying to think of geographically where on the map it is. Is it right below Hungary? Because there is something that I'm thinking of over there.
is amazing. I have no idea.
I only know that because I had a.
let's
my
go.
Why would that help your thought process?
Because I'm thinking
you're
about
trying to imagine
the
the map
shape
in your head.
It cuts
Okay,
into,
fair.
I think, Bosnia, and I think it makes the heart.
All right, Bosnia heart-shaped.
Correct.
Let's go.
And it is more anatomic. Like I actually thought you'd go South Africa for heart shaped because it has that dip. But Bosnia is the heart shaped land. You're still perfect so far.
3 left. Valentine's
I
gifts.
at least like that you're having more trouble with these than yesterday was like, oh, I know that.
Valentine's Day gifts, Caesar salad, most beer. Czechia, Mexico, South Korea.
I like Czechia for most beer.
Yeah. Let's give it a try.
All right.
You're going Czechia for which one?
Most beer.
Per capita.
Correct.
Per capita is the key.
Most beer consumed in the world. You're one away from a perfect score again. It's unbelievable.
All right,
This is
so-
unbelievable.
We're 2 away, aren't we? Mexico and
well,
South
yeah, but
Korea?
If we get one,
if
we get the other.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
right. Math.
Valentine's
Would normally
Day
do math in
gifts.
public.
And then the follow-up is called White Day, you said? Or was it?
White Day is exactly 1 month later where the
March
men give
14th?
chocolate and flowers to the women. Yep.
Okay, so where's the Caesar salad going to get invented? Let's just do it that way. Mexico or South Korea?
I think Mexico is going to do the Caesar salad.
Mexico.
I don't think South Korea did the Caesar salad.
There's no way it's South Korea.
And I've never heard of in Spanish classes in high school, we never did the reverse Valentine's Day.
Fair.
So
That's
I'd very much bet that Mexico is the Caesar salad.
Wait a minute. Because you
Listen.
didn't have it happen in Spanish
We
class?
celebrated every
Listen,
Spanish holiday in Spanish class.
there's
But
only
this is-
so
it's
much you can do.
Every Spanish holiday in every Spanish-speaking country?
I mean,
Sorry, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from anything here.
here's the thing.
He's
We're
protecting
amazing.
his perfect score.
Yeah, he's mad.
He's
He is.
protecting
We're
his
right.
perfect
Again.
score.
He's upset.
Do it.
We're totally
Yeah.
right.
Lock him in.
I'm locking it in.
Lock them both in.
Lock them in.
All right, you guys got it.
That's right.
I'm leaving.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
First time high school
Oh.
Spanish has come in handy since, but there we go. We got it.
Unbelievable.
Listen, the
That's huge.
process doesn't have to be rewrite. The result is, wow, 2 days in a row. This show
What a
is
day.
about learning things.
Just waiting for what I'm going to do this game tomorrow.
Sal joins us at the top of the hour. We do have that hell of a rumor about the rumored price. And, of course, Michael Kesselring got traded. The World Cup, back to it today. England with a big win. Harry Kane scored a couple goals. Marcus Rashford, I forgot he existed. Heard his name, I haven't
right.
heard him. Does he still play for Man United? Oh, and does Rashford still play? Maybe I just don't see enough United games. Anyway.
How old is he at this point?
Not that old, probably. Soccer players are young.
28.
I hadn't heard much from Jude Bellingham lately either. He's with Real Madrid. I don't watch La Liga, but
People are discovering Yamal right now he is 18. Like that dude is he's been the best player in the world already for more than a year, and he's going to be around for 20 years.
I'm glad you brought up him. You mean Lamal from Spain?
Yeah.
Yesterday, kids are out playing soccer. My son loves soccer. He plays soccer. He's 5. He wears soccer jerseys. He just likes soccer. And he's out playing with the kids in the neighborhood. And I hear him say the words, "I'm Yamin Lamal." And I go, "You know who that is? We have not discussed Lamal." Like when you find out you learn from their friends. He's playing soccer. Somebody else had said, so now he's just like, "I'm Yamin Lamal." Like, oh, yeah. Okay, great. You want to watch his highlights? Do you know what it is? So anyway, he's the best player in the world. He's 19. Or he's
18.
He's on his way to being the best player in the world. If he's
I think I've heard some pretty reputable people already say he's the best player in the world. He's 18. I mean, he's been playing for Barcelona for 3 years already.
Right. He didn't have a hat trick in the first game. And
15
and Messi
years
did.
old. They're 16. Was he 15 or 16 when he started playing for one of the best clubs in the world? Yeah, he's crazy good.
803-0550 to join us on WGR.
Let me put it this way. I would not be surprised at all if he has to be traded, although to my knowledge, I don't think he did that publicly.
Yeah, no, but we saw signs. You're right. Like he did that interview with the Utah media early in the season. Like the season had barely got rolling, and I remember him talking about the adjustment of being in a place where you can now be criticized. And he had kind of been active on Instagram, like posting things during the season that made it seem like he wasn't happy, which you don't usually see from hockey players. So I don't know, Paul. Just didn't ever feel like, from his vantage point, that maybe he would want to keep it going. And he's not, is it worth Sneaky it? Joe If the guy- DiBiase you're not here even for sure if new the guy might want to stay and be a part of this.
Yeah, and if you're Jarmo Kekalainen, you have to say to yourself, that he had never been criticized as a player because he had played in Arizona and Utah. And there's really not that much, if any, media that covers you. And so you can play as poorly can be, and the only media that's around you is the team media. And I can tell you, Utah travels with a lot of people in their social media department and all that, but there are no writers or anybody that travels on the road with Utah. So, it was the way he talked about it was like he enjoys being in a hockey market where, fans and people care. And he just said, he didn't say it's a bad thing. He just said it's an adjustment for him. They understand what they're looking at, and if they don't like what they're looking at, they let you know. So that is a question mark. It'd be a question mark in my mind. Does he have the mental makeup to be able to handle playing in a market where things don't go right? You're going to hear it during the game. You're going to hear it on social media. You're going to hear it from the media. That's not anything he's ever been used to as a pro.
To me, the more interesting thing is the Kesselring part of it and how that went and what the player should even be worth and why the Sabres might have just wanted to get out of that. Did they just want to move on because they didn't want to go to arbitration with him? Because he was arbitration eligible. Do they not want to tie up and go down that road into August? And I think don't you have to save salary just in case he gets awarded a certain amount or whatever? What is he? Is he even a third pair guy for you at this point? And if you want to sign Benson and Byram and even Tuck at some point, if that's still a part of this at all, then you don't really have $2.5 million to spend on your third pair defenseman when you could just give any old guy $1 million down on the third pair. You got to save $1 million or $2 million wherever you can find it, and I feel like that's what they saw here. I don't see Kesselring being all that more valuable than what Zach Metza is at this point at $850,000 a year. So I'd rather just have Zach Metza $850,000 a year and I'll go add somebody else for $1 million.
Right. Fair. I think that's all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset about the asset management necessarily. I just kind of think it's I don't know that it's whatever. It's to be celebrated that it's a start. It's a clear vision. I mean, I don't know. Kevin Adams is probably going to get a raw deal from a lot of us who think he was passive, inactive too often. Mm-hmm. And the Sabres as an organization have for a long time been kind of inactive, crippled by inactivity. And Yarmo doesn't appear to be that way. The Stanley Cup final ends, and it's all right, here's a trade. I want to move this player. He's going to be gone. And I'm sure Adams did do that, but his tenure might be more defined by trades once it feels like they have to happen. Yeah. That's Peterka. That's Savoy. That's Dylan Cousins. That's Eichel. That's Reinhart. All these trades had to happen. They were few and far between where you get to the trade that was just spurred on by oh, we're done with you. Rainy today. A lot of rain, a lot of wind. And the U.S. Open has been delayed due to fog.
Next update in 5 minutes, they said. Next update.
I was
going
to
to start playing. But.
We're delaying the tournament.
Yeah.
Update in 5 minutes. Okay, I'll wait right here.
Yep.
Usually don't they go, when did they suspend it? 30 minutes ago?
30 minutes ago.
Okay. Fog. Tough to play golf in fog. Do you enjoy fog? No. 803-0550. Sal on the other side, State of the Bills, continuing at WGR550.com. His thoughts on training camp and the schedule that was released as well here on WGR. Brian, the U.S. Open at Shinnecock starts today. Of course, Father's Day weekend and the U.S. Open. They often go hand in hand. And I don't know that it's controversy right now. Like, Shinnecock is known as, is it the hardest course they play for the hardest major? There have only been 3 players that have ever finished under par at Shinnecock in 3 or 4 U.S. Opens. So, like, it's tough. And going in, windy today, they're expecting it to be very tough and even kind of tweaking the course as they go, delivering statements left and right to try to make this tournament something the best it could be, I suppose, given the circumstances.
Yeah, this course is way out on Long Island in the Hamptons, and a lot of exposure to the ocean that obviously is very close by there for those that are familiar with the area. Not a lot of trees on this golf course at all, so it's open, and when it's windy, it can play havoc with the course. They're going to be watering in between groups, possibly, if necessary. They've been watering them quite a bit. They haven't cut them to be as fast as they want to because they don't want to have what has happened in other Opens at Shinnecock where maybe they've lost greens, either the fact that they've dried out or the fact that the wind becomes such an issue that balls are literally unable to stay on the green and be puttable for players. So they don't want that to happen. They've used the word fair. I've watched some of these press conferences from the USDA. They've used the word fair very, very, very much. They don't want to have any sort of controversies or any sort of issues. We know the last time the Open was here in 2018 when Brooks Koepka won, probably one of the highlights people will remember is Phil Mickelson hit a putt and it just wouldn't stop, and it kept rolling and rolling to the point where he ran down and hit it before it even came to a stop and took a penalty. He later said, well, I'll take the penalty versus maybe where it was going to end up. It was going to be even worse. And, I mean, that's obviously one of the lowlights, I think, of his career, but maybe of just U.S. Opens at Shinnecock. In 2004, they lost the 7th green, literally perfect shots were ending up rolling off. It just was a mess. They were watering in between groups. So they've been really, really watching that quite a bit. The wind is going to be an issue. The forecast for temperatures and sunshine should be there. It's going to be a nice week, temps in the 70s, but the wind is going to be an issue. And today's maybe going to be the worst of the 4. So it'll be something for these afternoon groups, especially, to keep an eye on today.
The original goal, I think, when you traded for him was he is going to be Owen Power's partner. And the reason why I think it's okay to take the loss on that after 1 year is 2 reasons. I think the thing that's being brought up the most is Doan. Like, you're able to move off of Kesselring and not try to make that work because Doan is here, and the Peterka trade, like, you save face forever on that.
You won.
You won that
trade. You
trade.
feel great about it, yeah.
Because Doan is in the deal. If Doan wasn't in the deal, if Adams had caved instead of the Utah GM and said, all right, fine, I'll do it, Kesselring for Peterka, I wonder if they would have been willing to move off him.
Right.
Maybe different GM they would have.
Maybe, but even then, it would look so bad.
Right, then maybe you wouldn't want to move off it that quickly. But because Doan's here, then yes. But the other thing that I think really makes it easy to move off of him is the role you had envisioned for him is no longer needed. Not in the same way. Because when they traded for him, Matthias Samuelsson was nowhere. And I didn't know if he would ever play for the team again, let alone be an impact player. And him becoming a top 4 defenseman and actually becoming a top pair defenseman and pushing Byram back down with Power and that end up working, like, okay, I don't need Kesselring anymore. Not for what I originally set out for him to do for me, because Samuelsson did it. Samuelsson's almost perfect. Like, he is both the reason why I think you're okay just letting the guy go for almost nothing. He also might be the evidence for why it could work for Kesselring. Like, Samuelsson had been hurt a lot. He stayed healthy this year. Look how it went. Big guy that can move and has some skill to him. It went great. Kesselring could just be the next Samuelsson. He's big and can move. If he stays healthy next year in San Jose, he might have a really good season. But did I need that here? And did I want to pay whatever it was going to take to explore whether he could do that? I just wouldn't have thought it was worth it. I would rather have the cap space. Because at the end of the day, he is a defenseman that's played 190 games, and we don't have a lot of evidence he's a top 4 defenseman.
Right.
He's been a third-pair guy basically his entire career.
The Buffalo Sabres made a trade. They sent the 27th pick in this year's draft along with Michael Kesselring to San Jose. In return, they received the 20th overall pick. For more, you can visit Paul Hamilton's piece up on our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup rolls on. Yesterday, we saw Portugal drew with the Democratic Republic of Congo. England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana took down Panama 1-0, and Uzbekistan fell to Colombia 3-1. Today, Czechia takes on South Africa at noon. Switzerland takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 3. Canada and Qatar duke it out at 6, and Mexico play South Korea at 9 o'clock. Around the NFL, Sal Capaccio continues his State of the Bills series on our website. The latest position group up at safety. He joins Jeremy and Joe up next. The Saints, they re-signed edge rusher Cameron Jordan to a 1-year deal. Falcons coach Kevin Stefanski said Michael Penix, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is not yet cleared for 11-on-11s. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they beat the Red Sox 3-0. The Yankees beat the White Sox 10-5, and the Mets beat the Reds 9-1. Also, the U.S. Open has been halted due to heavy fog. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Jeremy and Joe, Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe, Owen Parker, Joe Cali, we're all here. These learned geography and civics students of ours.
Yeah.
Sal, have you been playing the game World Cup of Joe with us the last couple weeks, the last couple days?
I don't think so. No, I haven't.
Man.
Except I was listening to something with nicknames yesterday because you were talking about Golden Eagles, and I'm like, hey, that's my high school.
Cleve Hill, the Golden Eagles. That was our bird.
Yeah, that's right.
That was our bird content of the week. Sometimes we talk about birds.
There was a bird clue today. Falconry.
Okay.
That's right. Falconry was
was
involved.
one of them today.
All right, Sal joins us. His State of the Bills.
Wait. You can't leave me that easy. What is Cup of Joe? What are we doing here?
Oh, it's when we get 8 teams that are playing in the World Cup that day, and Joe gives us 8 facts about the country.
We have to match them up.
And we are to match the fact to the country and learn. And
they've gone perfect
I love
2
it.
days
No,
in a
I
row.
have not been playing, but that sounds
They've
very
gone
fun.
perfect 2 days in a row.
Yeah. We're just, flexing over here.
Nice.
Anyway, on to the State of the Bills series. Sal joins us here on the Western Hotline. The series rolls along, and posted most recently is the State of the Bills at safety. Before we get to that, Sal, we got the Bills' official timeline, right? You had said the training camp will start on July 29th. Just you kind of know that, 47 days or whatever it is from the start of the season. That's when teams can go to training camp. So we kind of knew that day. What we didn't know is how long they'd be at St. John Fisher and how they would run their training camp. And we're starting to see changes in maybe Joe Brady's fingerprints on their practice schedule, on their practice habits, and training camp will be our next look into that.
For sure. And I don't want to go too far down the road of, they want to leave Fisher. This is the beginning of the end. Brady wants this. McDermott wanted that. Because here's why. I think this year is a unique type of year for a few different reasons. Number one, you do have the later start, of course, because the calendar's later in the NFL, but the timeline can still be the same. But because of the new stadium, and they do come back here for the scrimmage, return of the red and blue, the open practice here, I do think they want to get a few more days in and work in the new stadium. So that would lend itself to coming back earlier anyway, just to make sure you can get all those things kind of buttoned up for the players, the staff, everybody to kind of get used to it. And let's remember, you have a whole week where they really can't do that because they're going to Cleveland, right? Basically a half a week. They'll be in Cleveland like 4 days, basically. It's a joint practice on a Thursday, assuming the official schedule isn't out, but then and then the game on Saturday, week number 2 of the preseason. So it kind of just makes sense to not go to Rochester for like 2 more days and then go to Cleveland, then be in Buffalo, because then you're really kind of butting yourself up to, we haven't been in that stadium yet, if that makes sense, right? So I understand why they're doing this. I think that makes sense from that standpoint. But certainly, only 7 practices open to the public. You do need a ticket, but, that's not conducive for a lot of people who like to go every year, no doubt. I understand fans who are upset about that. It's also a much earlier start time of practice, 8:30, much earlier. It's an hour earlier, but, 8:30 a.m. start time, 8 o'clock media. We'll get Joe Brady at 8 o'clock or Pete Carmichael at 8 o'clock. I mean, from a media standpoint, I prefer earlier. It helps me get my day going and do everything I need to do after practice. I'm sure it's not that easy on people who want to go. Maybe it's better for some people. So there's some trade-offs there for sure. It is shorter. Like I said, I would not read too much into this is the beginning of the end. They don't want to be out there. I just think this year is a bit unique because of the stadium and the joint practice shortly after in Cleveland.
Right, and they have a 3-year deal at the moment. The thing I just thought about that actually could help with, not with like availability of tickets if you want to go, but if you are going, man, so there's some days where you're sitting in the hot sun and, earlier the better, or at least a little bit on that front, a little bit cooler.
Yeah, you guys know it can get pretty hot out there, right? I mean, it could also be cool in the morning, right? When you're that early in the morning, you're like, woo.
Sure.
You guys know you've been out there and you're like, wait a minute now. All of a sudden, it's a little bit chillier than you thought. The weather's starting to change. But you're right. You can get out there in the hot sun, and by the time you get to noon, it gets really hot out there. So they'll be done by noon for pretty much every practice now. In fact, the first day, we know they should be done at 11 a.m. by 11 a.m. because I think Brandon Beane is scheduled to speak. So the first day, July 29th, it'll be Joe Brady talking to the media before practice. They'll have a practice, and then Brandon Beane will talk to the media after practice. So they'll kind of get all that rolling. And then you guys know how this works, and people who've kind of been paying attention over the last several years, they'll put one coordinator in front of the media on a rotating basis before every practice, including Joe Brady, though, the head coach. So we'll get all of that, and then we get to hear from players, after practices. And I mean, I'm thinking about, for me and you guys, everybody, structurally, like going out there, coming back, you have 2 practices, then there's nothing. Like, when do you stay? When do you come home? I'm used to it. I remember the days of being out there for, 3 weeks and bringing my coffee maker and bringing all the essentials that I need to stay and have dorm life. Like, that's going to change for a lot of us, which is we're going to go out there. We'll still stay in the dorms, but it's a little bit more, hey, we're done. We're going home. We're coming back. We're going home, and that kind of thing,
Yeah. We'll see. Like, it'll be interesting to see like how things go. And when we get to training camp, the new facility, you mentioned that, like they're going to have to and want to try things out in there. And I'm eager to see it. Like, where will they still practice in the field house? And on that field, will they have days where they practice inside the stadium? Right? They're going to want to, I would think, simulate that environment before they actually get to it. Will they? I don't know. So, like, I don't have all these answers. The field, of course, has to be ready. They want to protect the field from practice, but I feel like especially the kickers are going to want to know so many things about how it plays in there. There's still so much to learn about their own house.
I agree. And yeah, I would think that now maybe those are things that we will find out soon. Tuesday is the ribbon cutting ceremony at the new Highmark Stadium. So maybe we'll find out some things. And I know that's more on the business side of things, but maybe we'll find out, those kinds of plans. We'll certainly ask those things once we get to camp, when you get back to Buffalo, what is the plan to get inside the stadium? I would imagine they'd absolutely want to practice it on that field in some capacity to get used to where everything is, simulate all the game environment that they can simulate before actually having a game there. And they will have 2 preseason games. We know that. But, you want to make sure you're as comfortable as possible before that first home game, which is obviously that second week, Thursday night against the Lions.
Sal Capaccio with us on the West Her Hotline. Sal, you've got your State of the Bills series running on the website, WGR550.com, and you can check it on the Odyssey app as well, where you're at corner and safety, right, in the last 2 going through the defensive backfield. And let's start with corner, because Beane called that their greatest need after the draft, which I hadn't thought of. I know many else hadn't. Do you still feel like there is more work to be done at that position, or do you feel like they've done enough?
I don't think they have enough depth on the outside unless they really believe in one of these, in the guy they drafted. I guess it comes down to one guy, Toriano Pride. I guess that's it. I mean, I guess maybe to Corey Couch, he could slide outside. He's smaller, but he's been with the organization for 2 years. They have used him slot and outside over training camp, but I just don't think you'd rely on one of those guys, right? So think about your top three: Benford, Hairston, Igbinosun. Now, there is a conversation we have about what order you want to put Igbinosun and Hairston. Could Igbinosun actually beat Hairston out for a starting job? That's a separate conversation. That's fine. I think that's a genuine, fair conversation. But I think after that, who's your fourth guy? You got to dress 4 outside corners on game day, guys. Is it Toriano Pride, a 7th-round pick? I don't know. I just think you need more there. Now, maybe they really like what they've seen from Toriano Pride in OTAs and minicamp. I would say this, they're probably going to give him every chance to try and show what he can do once they get to training camp. But I wouldn't be surprised if they have a veteran on speed dial. I mean, Tre'Davious White is still out there, right? They haven't given his number up yet. I'm just using him as an example because he would be the most, prominent name and fit maybe because of the organization. But it could be anybody. I just wonder what the plan is for the 4th outside corner, because that's all you have right now. Benford, Hairston, Igbinosun, we know they're going to be there. And then it's Toriano Pride to Corey Couch, who's really not an outside corner. Kari Walker and Jordan Dunbar, undrafted free agents. These guys aren't going to be, unless one of them just comes in and really stuns you, I think you have to think about what you're doing for the next guy there.
Are there names on the market we would think about? I mean, you mentioned Tre'Davious White, of course, but like
Marshawn Lattimore, but that feels too big.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's going to want to be a starter. Like that's the thing. You do that, I think, if you get a big injury or somewhere early in the season or in training camp, right? Like I don't think he's coming in and being your number 4 corner, but I'm sure, Sal, there would be veterans out there that would fit. You mentioned Trey White. It's going to be a new list of names probably too, right? Like if Sean McDermott were still the head coach, we probably could list off like Dane Jackson and other guys that have had experience here, but I don't know what Jim Leonard's list might look like for that.
Is Russell Douglas still a free agent?
He is.
He might be.
Yeah, that's an idea.
I'm just thinking about guys, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't know guys. I mean, Asante Samuel Jr., is he still out there? I mean, remember last year and early in this season, like all the a lot of talk about that never happened. I don't know. And again, here you guys know I've said this many times. I've been told for years, and it always stuck with me, that if you like a veteran, you don't have to rush a veteran in. That's something veterans will have their bodies ready. They can fit into a system. They're not going to have the onboarding process. You can wait to see what you have before you do that, before you pull that lever. Obviously, the problem would be if someone calls them first, right? But they'll give it some time here. I just wonder what they do. I think it's a super interesting spot behind those guys. And then you have the separate conversation of, could Igbinosun beat out Hairston? I mean, they drafted the guy in the 2nd round and said, we don't have a guy like this on our team, and that's a high draft pick to use on him. I mean, do they think that he's actually the better fit there? And I think that's something to monitor.
Yeah.
What's the most likely outcome there? That one of the two, I mean, Hairston would seem like the guy you'd think of first because he was a 1st-round pick a year ago. But is it more likely to you that they have some sort of rotation in both team playing time as long as the rookie looks good too? Like, is that where you think we could be headed, where both see playing time?
Probably. And then as the season goes on, maybe it's more, maybe you give more space to, okay, we got to find more ways to get Igbinosun on the field. Like, I'm not in the camp, and I could be wrong here. I'm not in the camp that a lot of people are of, well, they drafted Igbinosun, he's a better fit, he's going to be the starter day one, he's going to take over Hairston's job. I think Max Hairston, this is his job to lose, and I liked what I saw from him in OTAs and minicamp. I don't think that they're down on him at all, but I do think that they kind of look at the way they want to run their defense and want to make sure they have somebody there that, okay, like if this doesn't work with Max, if it's not the player that kind of fits in, we have a guy. But I think Max Hairston has every shot in the world here to still be not only the starting corner opposite Christian Benford, but a good starting corner in the league. Like, I'm not ready to just wave him, to the back end here behind Igbinosun. I think he's the starter day one of training camp. And for me, it might be just come down to staying healthy, because I think he has incredible athleticism. I loved what I saw from him at OTAs and minicamp. He made some really great plays on the ball, and I don't think it's that easy for Igmanosin just to come in here and take over him simply because they drafted him in the second round with these traits.
By the way, you listed Jordan Hancock as a cornerback. Do you
Yes.
still consider? Would you consider him more of that at this point? I mean, I guess you would. You put him there, not safety, right?
I think he's a slot corner. It's a possibility they can move him back to safety. I just look at what they have at safety, what they did in the offseason at safety, and it screams to me, and look what they have at slot corner, because they don't have much there. It's D. Alford. And then behind him, who do you have? It's Jordan Hancock, and there's DeCorey Couch again. Like, that's it. Like, DeCorey Couch is like your new, very early on Cam Lewis. You know what I mean? Where it's like a guy that can play a little bit of flexibility. He's been with the organization a couple years, but what do you rely on there? I don't know. Jordan Hancock's been with you for a year. Did he really find a position last year? When he played safety, it didn't go great at times, but that's okay. It didn't for Cole Bishop either. But it looks like they've kind of made him a slot corner now. And yeah, that's where he would be. He's not an outside guy. He did have an injury at training camp. He had shoulder surgery where he was working through. He was still there. He's wearing a red jersey. D. Alford is your nickel. We know that. And then behind him in the slot, it's a let's see what we have, and maybe Jordan Hancock could be the backup.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline.
Safety, Sal, state of the position,
Yep.
state of the Bills. That was the last one you did, the most recent one. And, I mean, I want to get to the depth of it because I think there are a lot of names that all can't make the team, I think. But at the top of it, I asked Joe Marino this yesterday, and, I mean, he thinks there's a very high ceiling, as many do. What do you think is the peak level for Cole Bishop? Like, do you think he could be someone we're talking about as, like, all-pro consideration by the end of the year? Do you feel like he's got that level in him?
Ooh, that's lofty. All-pro is, top of the league.
Right.
I mean, I think Cole Bishop is a very good player. He's an ascending player going into his third year. I mean, that would exceed my expectations. All-pro, I wouldn't put that on him. Yeah, would he have that kind of ability? Maybe. I think the injuries, something you have to monitor there. Again, he's dealing with something. He had something cleaned up in his knee here in OTAs. And I don't want to sound negative on him at all. I think he's going to be a really good player. But that's a really lofty expectation to place on a guy. I think that the pairing of C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Bishop is really good. It's like you guys, when you talk about like two defensemen playing with each other, right? And who plays well with each other. I think this is a really good fit together. It's a really good pairing, and this is why this is something they haven't had really since Micah and Jordan. And I'm not saying C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Bishop are Micah and Jordan, but they were so good together because their skill sets complemented each other so much. That's what I think Bishop and Gardner-Johnson have. Bishop is a guy. Last year, Bishop kind of he did play down the box, but he had to play a little bit more up top and free and roaming. I think Jim Leonard wants to move him around, and I think he just wants to put him down, put him back, do all these things. And the way you do that is you just have a center fielder in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. That's what he is. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a ball hawk. Guy led the league in interceptions in 2022 with 6. He has had an interception every single year, at least one, in the 7 years he's been in this league. He's been on 5 teams, though. You know why that is? Partly, well, we know because, he's got a sort of a persona that wears on you, right? You know what I mean? So that's one of the things. We know that. But guys, he also, he's a ball hawk that makes plays. He also can get undisciplined and get beat on plays because he takes risks. But that's the Bills want a center fielder who can make plays.
Yeah, to that point, if the Bills do get roasted on a couple plays like that, I feel like we all should have an exercise in saying we asked for this, right?
Yeah,
right.
Right.
If you've been saying I don't want any more bend but don't break, you have to accept getting absolutely torched in a couple of plays. Back to Bishop, Sal. I immediately, when you asked that question, Joe, about how high could he get, my standard for a lot of the Bills players that I'd like them to hit, and I know this can be somewhat of a popularity contest, but make the NFL's top 100, right? Not all pro, but I instantly look how many safeties made the NFL's top 100 last year? It's 6.
Yeah.
Can Cole Bishop be the 6th best safety in the eyes of other players? That was Kyle Hamilton, who's thought of as the best, right?
Yep.
Kyle Hamilton and Derwin James, Budda Baker, Xavier McKinney, Kirby Joseph, and Jesse Bates. Give me a top 6 to 7 safety in the league, and I'm looking at edge as well. I don't need any one of these guys that they've drafted to rush the passer to turn into Myles Garrett, but can they be one of the top 13 guys thought of rushing the passer? To me, having players that make that list that are noted around the league as some of the best, that is for me my standard right now, just in terms of where I'd like to see more Bills. I want more Bills on that list.
Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, yeah, you look at to make all pro, like,
Yeah, you got to be one of the best.
Kyle
Be the best in
Hamilton's.
football. Yeah.
Look at the names. Look at the names of safeties, right? Heck, just in your own conference, the guys to get the Pro Bowl, that are in front of you. So, yeah, I think that's lofty, but certainly I think Cole Bishop's a really good player, and I think he's one of these guys that's kind of the typical, the guy that you point to and say, look at the trajectory. The Bills have had some of these over their years. I mean, James Cook was one. Dawson Knox early in his career. Gabe Davis, right? These guys that just kind of, they elevate. And after like their third years, when they finally kind of clicks, you're like, okay, now he's arrived. That's who he is. The injuries, though, are something that you have to monitor there. Going beyond Bishop and Gardner-Johnson, I really love Jalen Kilgore I think Jim Leonard got real. I'm not gonna say lucky. They got a guy that is exactly what he wants. He can be moved around. Now he's not Bishop in the sense of if you want to play him deep and then back. He's a nickel corner. He's a box safety. He is a safety, but you can play him in the box. You can play him as a nickel. He's going to be a demon on special teams. This is a guy that's going to come in. He's going to play right away for you in different situations. I think they're going to find ways to get him on the field. And I really like the fit for him there. Now that's 3. And again, let's go to 4. The difference between corner and safety is I have zero clue who your 4th corner in the outside is. And I think is that guy in the roster right now? At safety, he is. It's either going to be DeMar Hamlin, Geno Stone, or Sam Franklin, or even Wande Owens, who I actually really like his athleticism. He was on IR all last year as an undrafted free agent, but they have guys. Like Geno Stone or DeMar Hamlin are most likely your 4th safety. And while people are going to go, oh, my God, well, what does that say? Well, it's your 4th safety, right? I mean, what do you want out of your 4th safety? A guy who's just going to do what you need him to do when he steps on the field and not compete. That's entirely DeMar Hamlin, which we've talked about. And then Geno Stone is more of a C.J. Gardner-Johnson than he is Cole Bishop. But again, these are veterans. It's 6 and 7 years in the league. And that's the kind of guy that most teams have as their 4th safety.
Right. Last year, who was it? Because you're right. I'm looking at the list, and they have a bunch of guys that all can't make it. And I remember when they signed Geno Stone, Sal, and the immediate reaction was, this guy can't tackle. What a bad signing. Not everybody did that, but a lot. He had started a lot in Cincinnati. And that reminds me of, who was the safety they brought in last year in training camp and in the preseason?
Was it Kamari Lassiter? Kwame Jackson. We did this the other day.
He was a Washington safety who had started in the league, and we thought he might play, and then he didn't make. I don't think he made the team.
Yeah. And I can't. Oh my goodness, you're so right, Joe.
Who is it?
And I can't remember, but anyway,
I'll try to find it.
Yes.
But that's kind of almost how I see Geno Stone right now. Is maybe he does make it as that 4th guy, Derek Forrest.
Derek Forrest.
Thank you. That's going to be a veteran probably, but both of those veterans, especially Hamlin and Stone, aren't making it. Do you think Franklin is battling with them, or is he different because he's primarily special teams?
Yeah, he's primarily special teams. I was doing some numbers the other day. Did you guys realize, first of all, 2 things on this? I mean, Sam Franklin led the team in solo special teams tackles. He had 9. I mean, this guy, they literally designed some of their kickoffs to kick it so he could go down and make the tackle. You know what I mean? We're kicking it here so Sam Franklin is there. That's what they did. And it worked. That's how good he is at what he does. And so he's on the team. I can't imagine. I would think Jeff Rogers, the new special teams coordinator, is yeah, give me that guy. I need a guy like that, right? So I would think that. Plus, he does offer you a little bit. He's a good athlete. He offers you a little bit on the if you really need someone in a pinch at safety. And then I know we're not talking about linebacker right now. Joe Andreessen was 2nd in the entire league in total special teams tackles last year. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Didn't realize that. He had 24 or 21 maybe special teams tackles, but that's why I look at guys like that and I'm like, look, anything can happen. They can find a guy to replace these guys. But these are guys that you like to have, guys that you know that when you play special teams, you have guys who know their role and what to do. So to answer your question, I think you're looking at 5 safeties being kept because I think Sam Franklin really doesn't fit as a safety. And if you really had to crunch the numbers and you wanted to keep someone somewhere else, I think Sam Franklin's probably your 4th safety. And then you get DeMar Hamlin, Geno Stone on the practice squad and elevate them when necessary.
Sal Capaccio. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
The State of the Bill series continues at WGR550.com. Kareem Jackson is who I was thinking of.
Kareem Jackson, right.
I was just spinning through safeties. Definitely not Kamari Lassiter. He's awesome and plays for the Texans. But spinning through names, Kareem Jackson they brought in a couple years ago as a guy that had been in the league for a long time. Sal's piece, State of the Bills, safety is up at WGR550.com if you want to read that and check in with that. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The U.S. Open. There's a clip. Who was the player that hit this ball really close and it rolled off the green?
Was it Higgs?
Okay, early on, yeah, you see a player,
Harry Higgs.
Harry
right?
Higgs. He hits this ball to within 2 feet, and it spins. He's 97 yards out, and he spins it a little bit below the hole, and it rolls all the way off the front. And
Is that when they decided? Well, that's not why they deleted it.
no,
There's
but
weather.
Here's another example of like the course is very hard. It is not a spot where look, they look like you and me. That does not happen to us. We do not hit it to
Correct.
2 feet and spin it backwards, and then it rolls off the front of the green. And the reality is of like these kind of shots, like if you've ever played at a course that is in tournament style condition or is really a difficult course, like you and I, we've played at Oak Hill a couple times, and a course like this, you'll kind of know. If you have a caddy, your caddy will say to you, like, you're going to want to hit this 95 yards because he knows exactly how the green is. This Harry Higgs probably stood over this ball. It's 97 to the hole. His caddy probably said to him, this better go 98 because if you're short, you're coming off the green. And he hit it short.
Short by a yard.
Right.
He hit
And
97.
To us, it looks like, wow, that's really punitive because he hit a great shot. But he did not actually hit a great shot. He hit it to a spot where you put yourself at risk of exactly what happened. Like
he might have been aiming for 105. He might have been the way he spun that ball. And you look at that green, the right shot for him to hit would have actually been like 5 yards over the hole, and he hit it at the hole. Like it looks to me and to us like he's pin high. Like he hit it the distance that he was away from the pin, but he might have been aiming he might have been trying to hit it 5 yards further than that.
Right. And for us, it might look like, wow, that's unfair. He might have known right away. I hope that has enough because there's a false front. Like these guys aren't surprised by a false front. They're punished by one. So
yeah,
I've kind of switched on this about how it can sometimes be too difficult. It asks a lot of the players. It definitely does.
They do talk. Some guys, though, that's where the U.S. Open can be a little bit different, is sometimes you do get guys that are talking about it being unfair after the fact.
But I don't think that shot, I tweeted it out.
That shot might not be the one.
That might not be the one. Like, hey, the pin is in a place where they're going to try and sucker you in to going for it, and if it's on the front with a false front. Anyway, shots of audio coming up. Lots more to get to. We should talk about these gray Bills uniforms with the blue helmet with the charging buffalo stripe.
Yeah.
And also, we got one buffalo in. Where are the other two?
I know.
Let's go.
The calf's just out there all
leave
lonely.
it by itself. Let's go.
Itself.
Let's get mom and dad in there.
Yeah.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. We've got shots of audio coming up. And a hilarious, you laughed hard, at Sergei Bobrovsky's contract demand.
It can't be real.
We talked about
it has to be fake.
Could it be a cheap deal for Bobrovsky, who is 38? And you're laughing at his potential ask. So we'll dig into that as well here on WGR. Brian, the U.S. Open at Shinnecock starts today. Of course, Father's Day weekend and the U.S. Open. They often go hand in hand. And I don't know that it's
Jeremy White here
controversy right now. Like Shinnecock is known as, is it the hardest course they play for the hardest major? There have only been 3 players that have ever finished under par at Shinnecock in 3 or 4 U.S. Opens. So, like, it's tough. And going in, windy today, they're expecting it to be very tough and even kind of tweaking the course as they go, delivering statements left and right to try to make this tournament something the best it could be, I suppose, given the circumstances.
Yeah, this course is way out on Long Island in the Hamptons and a lot of exposure to the ocean that obviously is very close by there for those that are familiar with the area. Not a lot of trees on this golf course at all, so it's open, and when it's windy, it can play havoc with the course. They're going to be watering in between groups, possibly if necessary. They've been watering them quite a bit. They haven't cut them to be as fast as they want to because they don't want to have what has happened in other opens at Shinnecock where maybe they've lost greens, either the fact that they've dried out or the fact that the wind becomes such an issue that balls are literally unable to stay on the green and be puttable for players. So they don't want that to happen. They've used the word fair. I've watched some of these press conferences from the USDA. They've used the word fair very, very, very much. They don't want to have any sort of controversies or any sort of issues. We know the last time the Open was here in 2018 when Brooks Koepka won, probably one of the highlights people will remember is Phil Mickelson hit a putt and it just wouldn't stop, and it kept rolling and rolling to the point where he ran down and hit it before it even came to a stop and took a penalty. He later said, well, I'll take the penalty versus maybe where it was going to end up. It was going to be even worse. And, I mean, that's obviously one of the lowlights, I think, of his career, but maybe of just U.S. Opens at Shinnecock. In 2004, they lost 7-3, literally perfect shots were ending up rolling off. It just was a mess. They were watering in between groups. So they've been really, really watching that quite a bit. The wind is going to be an issue. The forecast for temperatures and sunshine should be there. It's going to be a nice week, temps in the 70s, but the wind is going to be an issue. And today's maybe going to be the worst of the four. So it'll be something for these afternoon groups, especially, to keep an eye on today.
Let me put it this way. I would not be surprised at all if he has to be traded, although, to my knowledge, I don't think he did that publicly.
Yeah, no, but we saw signs. You're right. Like, he did that interview with the Utah media early in the season. Like, the season had barely got rolling, and I remember him talking about the adjustment of being in a place where you can now be criticized, and he had kind of been active on Instagram, like posting things during the season that made it seem like he wasn't happy, which you don't usually see from hockey players. So I don't know, Paul. Just didn't ever feel like, from his vantage point, that maybe he would want to keep it going. And he's not, is it worth it if you're not even sure if the guy might want to stay and be a part of this?
Yeah, and if you're Jarmo Kekalainen, you have to say to yourself, he had never been criticized as a player because he had played in Arizona and Utah. And there's really not that much, if any, media that covers you. And so you can play as poorly can be, and the only media that's around you is the team media. And I can tell you, Utah travels with a lot of people in their social media department and all that, but there are no writers or anybody that travels on the road with Utah. So, it was the way he talked about it, it was like he enjoys being in a hockey market where, fans and people care. And he just said, he didn't say it's a bad thing. He just said it's an adjustment for him. They understand what they're looking at, and if they don't like what they're looking at, they let you know. So that is a question mark. It'd be a question mark in my mind. Does he have the mental makeup to be able to handle playing in a market where things don't go right? You're going to hear it during the game. You're going to hear it on social media. You're going to hear it from the media. That's not anything he's ever been used to as a pro.
Sabres made a trade. They sent the 27th pick in this year's draft along with Michael Kesselring to San Jose. In return, they received the 20th pick. For more, you can visit Paul Hamilton's piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup rolls on. Yesterday, we saw Portugal draw with the Democratic Republic of Congo. England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana took down Panama 1-0, and Uzbekistan fell to Colombia 3-1. Today, Czechia takes on South Africa at noon. Switzerland takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 3, and Canada and Qatar duke it out at 6. Also, Mexico plays South Korea at 9. Around the NFL, Sal Capaccio continues his State of the Bills series on our website. The latest position group up is safety. The Saints, they re-signed edge rusher Cameron Jordan to a one-year deal, and Falcons coach Kevin Stefanski said Michael Penix, dealing with a knee injury, is not yet cleared for 11-on-11s. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Red Sox 3-0. The Yankees beat the White Sox 10-5. And the Mets, they beat the Reds 9-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
All right, Joe wants to share a bit of a laugh.
Okay.
You laugh.
This guy.
And I'm ready
Bobrovsky.
I'm ready to start changing the way we look at things on the NHL contracts.
So we've wondered, like, would Bobrovsky be an idea? I don't love the idea. I don't think anyone loves it. But he has a connection with Yarmo. He's 38. All right, short-term deal. Come be a trustworthy playoff goalie. Maybe. Nick Kyprios is saying that, and where he's at Sportsnet still, right? 590.
Yep.
Kyprios is saying that there are some suggestions that Bobrovsky's ask is as high as $42 million over 6 or 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
He's 38. That is not a one-year deal. 6 or 7 years would take him to 45 years old, would be that contract.
Okay.
That's insane.
Can I tell you why it's not insane?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I won't.
Go ahead. Why is it not insane? I'm going to give him $40 million for 7 years. Why is it not insane?
I've pilled myself, whichever pill you want to say this is, about the salary cap. If the NHL is really going to have a growing cap, that means salaries are going to grow. You know what else is going to grow? Dead cap. Contracts for guys that are done playing.
Uh-huh.
It is fully normal in the NFL with a $380 million cap, whatever the number is. Totally normal to have $70 million not on your team.
Right.
We have accepted that as fully okay. The Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks had $88 million in dead cap last year. 21 on DK Metcalf.
Mm-hmm. Right.
13.8 on Tyler Lockett. Like, there's just dead cap everywhere on that team. And I think we need to start accepting that in the NHL. What does Bobrovsky want? He doesn't actually want 7 years.
He doesn't want to play for 7 years.
He wants $40 million.
Right.
So how am I going to get $40 million for 4 years? You're going to make it a 7-year contract, and then you're going to buy me out.
Isn't that, though, that's the difference there? Because in football, of course, you could cut a guy after a certain amount of time. There's no guaranteed money, whatever. In hockey, everything's guaranteed.
The money's guaranteed. That's what Bobrovsky wants. I want $40 million.
That's right. But in that league, I think they don't let you do it on purpose when you know the guy is going to retire. Is that not why the Kovalchuk contract got blocked 10 years ago?
That was
because they knew he was going to be retired long after the deal was still going.
How long were they going to pay him? There are ways around this, whether it's long-term injured reserve or it's we're buying a guy out, whatever. Like, why does a player like that want 7 years? It's so you can lower your cap hit and keep me. I really only want $40 million for 4 years, but you won't put $10 million on your books. You might put 7 on your books, and we'd all accept that in 8 years, 7 years, the cap, you're going to be more willing to take bad contracts. Like again, once I started thinking about this in NFL terms, and I realized they are not the same, but the market should do the same thing that the NFL did, which is, boy, I got to be really shrewd on contracts because there's such a hard cap. Well, there's no longer a hard cap in hockey. That thing keeps moving up a little bit and moving up, and now we're going to see it jump to, $30 million in 3 years? Yeah. So however much money you have, every NHL team has tied to players that are on the back end of contracts that are bad contracts. You better balloon that number up the same way you would balloon the highest paid player's number up. It's just organically going to happen. So in the case of Alex Tuch, like you want Alex Tuch on this team, right? The Sabres probably want him at a number. They probably have offered 8 years, and if it's bad in year 7 and 8, they would accept that. Because the idea is we're getting his 1 through 6 number lower. We're paying for a lower number by having years at the end. That Joey Bosa is on the Bills' books this year. Larry Ogunjobi is on the books for dead cap.
Yep.
And that is, okay, that's fine. That's normal. They'll still win the Super Bowl. And in hockey, everyone's so afraid of, I don't know, that guy at age 38 might not be a good deal. You start preparing yourself for it.
Yeah. All reasonable. And I think if this had been an idea where he was asking for 4 years and he was only going to play 2 of them, I think that would make sense. I think you could argue that him playing 4 years is nuts. Signing him
because he's 38.
What you're saying is basically I'm giving him $40 million, and the team is really getting like a 4-year deal for $7 million per year. Because after that, I'll bury it. I'll put it on long-term IR. He'll be retired. Whatever. So, okay, I'm signing him to 4 years, $7 million per year. That's madness for Sergei Bobrovsky right now, I think. So I think everything you just said is true, and also his demand is still crazy.
It's just worth pointing out that, and I've been saying this about Tuck, which I don't think they have to sign Tuck. I'm fully ready to bring out my flow chart. The NHL flow chart, in case you forgot what it looks like.
Yeah, remind me.
I've got it on my yellow.
There's an NFL flow chart.
Yeah, there's an NFL flow chart. In the NFL, it's did the player sign with your team? I love it. And if they didn't, like not for that money.
Yeah.
And in the NHL, it's the player signed with your team, love it. And if they didn't, it's not for that term. Because everybody in hockey is obsessed with term.
Yeah,
it's always term. You want Tuck back? Yeah, but what's the term? You have to pay term. And I whether you want to call it silly season because it's free agency or whatever it is, the league is finally going to have a silly season where there's a lot of money to spend and there's a lot of term you can give out. And these teams in July, I think we might, as media analysts, whatever, I think we go too far thinking we're playing contract. They're playing hockey and they're trying to win. And if I give out a contract that is irresponsible in 5 years, but I win in these next 2, then who cares? I'm not playing contract. I'm playing hockey. I'm fully prepared for everyone to freak out at these contracts that free agents, who got what now? Which is a yearly occurrence in the NFL. Can you believe this? Did you see, by the way, we have a new highest paid long snapper in football? Highest paid long snapper. Why? Is it because long snappers are better than ever?
Right.
It's just the economics. Everybody's getting more, and that means the dead cap monster is going to get more, and hockey should fully prepare for that.
And I guess the difference also is in football, if a guy doesn't play for you or is injured or whatever, he counts against your cap. In hockey, the Golden Knights just went to the Stanley Cup final, and Alex Pietrangelo did not play for them this season. He's on long-term injured reserve, $8.8 million. That did not count against them.
Mm-hmm.
In football, that would have counted against you.
The other thing football allows you to do is when you decide to move on, you take a lump, bang, I'll take one gut punch for $27 million, right?
Right.
Or I can spread it out with a post-June. In hockey...
Yeah, you can move it around.
In hockey, it's going to be 9-year buyout. We're still paying Jeff Skinner for multiple years.
Yep.
So the landscape is a little bit different, but I feel like the natural progression of money is going to be the same.
There's a good point in chat, too, about it. You can count on NFL players at high rounds, like draft picks, to make an impact. The NHL, you cannot do.
Right.
To replace a player, you have to replace with an NHL player.
There are far fewer jobs in the NHL.
Yes.
Right? I mean, there's 23-man rosters roughly versus 53.
Yeah.
And if I'm trying to replace Alex Tuck, there are fewer people that can do it.
Yep. Right, in football, if you knew Alex Tuck was leaving, a guy of his caliber, I could just draft a guy in the round 1. And have a reasonable expectation that person would be able to do it that season. There would be a decent chance of it. Right. In hockey, you know there is zero chance of it unless you're picking like third.
Right, there's more scarcity, I think, yeah. And system.
Yeah,
in hockey, in football, what can I do? Oh, I'll just put a competent winger in football, a competent receiver in Sean McVay's offense with Matthew Stafford. In hockey, can I really do that? Like the guy, he's got to be able to play on some level.
Yeah.
And there's whatever. They're different sports, but
no. But on the overall point that as it relates to Tuck, it's why a lot of that is why I'm not afraid of 8 years with him. Like maybe if it gets to a certain amount of money, the money would be the reason why you wouldn't want to do it. But the term, taking a 30-year-old player to 38 years old that's really good right now and a really good skater. I'm not afraid of it.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. The World Cup back to it today. We got 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock? When's our first game?
Our first game today is at 12 o'clock.
I want to wait till 1.
Not coverage starts at 12. The game starts at 12.
All right. Where is
Czechia,
it?
South Africa.
That's going to be in Mexico.
It is in Atlanta.
Oh, all right.
Switzerland, Bosnia will be in LA.
I didn't realize teams were leaving countries. I thought they were staying in pods. Okay.
No, some of them are moving
Some of
around.
them cross borders.
Canada is playing Qatar today in Vancouver. So they went from Toronto to Vancouver.
Right.
And then Mexico plays in Mexico, but not in Mexico City.
Gotcha.
Against South Korea.
That should be a good game.
Mexico, South Korea?
Yes.
That probably competitively is the best game of the day.
Yes. Should be. Meanwhile, it's Canada versus Qatar, the country where the largest snake gathering in the world, Canada.
Yes.
And Qatar, the falconry country.
Yes.
We learned that today. Shots of audio coming up at the top of the hour. We'll do that. Joe Kelly's assembled the shots of audio from around the sports world. We'll get to that. Your phone calls if you want to throw something our way as well. Juicy rumors we owe you. I'm going to put up a poll about this rumored Bills uniform, because I really think it's going to test us in ways that we've not been tested before. The gray uniform with the blue helmet that is picking up steam. I'm starting to believe there's something to it. It's really going to test us in a big way. People seem to not like it. Again, it's not the actual uniform, but we'll see. 803-0550 on WGR.
To me, the more interesting thing is the Kesselring part of it and how that went and what the player should even be worth and why the Sabres might have just wanted to get out of that. Did they just want to move on because they didn't want to go to arbitration with him? Because he was arbitration eligible. Do they not want to tie up and go down that road into August? And I think, don't you have to save salary just in case he gets awarded a certain amount or whatever? What is he? Is he even a third pair guy for you at this point? And if you want to sign Benson and Byram and even Tuck at some point, if that's still a part of this at all, then you don't really have $2.5 million to spend on your third pair defenseman when you could just give any old guy $1 million down on the third pair. You got to save $1 million or $2 million wherever you can find it, and I feel like that's what they saw here. I don't see Kesselring being all that more valuable than what Zach Metza is at this point at $850,000 a year. So I'd rather just have Zach Metza $850,000 a year, and I'll go add somebody else for $1 million.
Right. Fair. I think that's all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset about the asset management necessarily. I just kind of think it's I don't know that it's whatever. It's to be celebrated that it's a start. It's a clear vision. I mean, I don't know. Kevin Adams is probably going to get a raw deal from a lot of us who think he was passive, inactive too often. Mm-hmm. And the Sabres as an organization have for a long time been kind of inactive, crippled by inactivity. And Jarmo doesn't appear to be that way. The Stanley Cup final ends, and it's all right, here's a trade. I want to move this player. He's going to be gone. And I'm sure Adams did do that, but his tenure might be more defined by trades once it feels like they have to happen. Yeah. That's Peterka. That's Savoy. That's Dylan Cousins. That's Eichel. That's Reinhart. All these trades had to happen. They were few and far between where you get to the trade that was just spurred on by we're done with you.
Let me put it this way. I would not be surprised at all if he asked to be traded, although, to my knowledge, I don't think he did that publicly.
Yeah, no, but we saw signs. You're right. He did that interview with the Utah media early in the season. The season had barely got rolling, and I remember him talking about the adjustment of being in a place where you can now be criticized, and he had kind of been active on Instagram, posting things during the season that made it seem like he wasn't happy, which you don't usually see from hockey players. So I don't know, Paul. Just didn't ever feel like, from his vantage point, that maybe he would want to keep it going. And he's not, is it worth it if you're not even sure if the guy might want to stay and be a part of this?
Yeah, and if you're Jarmo Kekalainen, you have to say to yourself, he had never been criticized as a player because he had played in Arizona and Utah. and there's really not that much, if any, media that covers you. And so you can play as poorly can be, and the only media that's around you is the team media. And I can tell you, Utah travels with a lot of people in their social media department and all that, but there are no writers or anybody that travels on the road with Utah. So, it was the way he talked about it, it was like he enjoys being in a hockey market where, fans and people care. And he just said, he didn't say it's a bad thing. He just said it's an adjustment for him. They understand what they're looking at, and if they don't like what they're looking at, they let you know. So that is a question mark. It'd be a question mark in my mind. Does he have the mental makeup to be able to handle playing in a market where things don't go right? You're going to hear it during the game. You're going to hear it on social media. You're going to hear it from the media. That's not anything he's ever been used to as a pro.
We've got stories to tell about the Knicks parade coming up.
It looks so uncomfortable,
unpleasing and terrible.
Like fans stuck leaving the subway, and they're already at capacity an hour ago, and pens being talked about, viewing pens. It just
viewing pens.
I had a bad experience at a championship parade once, so for me, it's like Cavaliers parade. So many people. It was like not fun and scary.
Yeah. We'll get to that. We'll get to shots of audio, and I got to tell you guys about the thing that it's an old person thing that you may or may not know about. It's coming up. All coming up here on WGR.
Is reviewing life insurance on
Brian, the U.S. Open at Shinnecock starts today. Of course, Father's Day weekend and the U.S. Open. They often go hand in hand. And I don't know that it's controversy right now. Like Shinnecock is known as, is it the hardest course they play for the hardest major? There have only been 3 players that have ever finished under par at Shinnecock in 3 or 4 U.S. Opens. So, it's tough. And going in, windy today, they're expecting it to be very tough and even kind of tweaking the course as they go, delivering statements left and right to try to make this tournament something the best it could be, I suppose, given the circumstances.
Yeah, this course is way out on Long Island in the Hamptons, and a lot of exposure to the ocean that obviously is very close by there for those that are familiar with the area. Not a lot of trees on this golf course at all, so it's open, and when it's windy, it can play havoc with the course. They're going to be watering in between groups, possibly if necessary. They've been watering them quite a bit. They haven't cut them to be as fast as they want to because they don't want to have what has happened in other opens at Shinnecock where maybe they've lost greens, either the fact that they've dried out or the fact that the wind becomes such an issue that balls are literally unable to stay on the green and be puttable for players. So they don't want that to happen. They've used the word fair. I've watched some of these press conferences from the USDA. They've used the word fair very, very, very much. They don't want to have any sort of controversies or any sort of issues. We know the last time the Open was here in 2018 when Brooks Koepka won, probably one of the highlights people will remember is Phil Mickelson hit a putt and it just wouldn't stop, and it kept rolling and rolling to the point where he ran down and hit it before it even came to a stop and took a penalty. He later said, well, I'll take the penalty versus maybe where it was going to end up. It was going to be even worse. And, I mean, that's obviously one of the lowlights, I think, of his career, but maybe of just U.S. Opens at Shinnecock. In 2004, they lost the 7th green, literally perfect shots were ending up rolling off. It just was a mess. They were watering in between groups. So they've been really, really watching that quite a bit. The wind is going to be an issue. The forecast for temperatures and sunshine should be there. It's going to be a nice week, temps in the 70s, but the wind is going to be an issue. And today's maybe going to be the worst of the four. So it'll be something for these afternoon groups, especially, to keep an eye on today.
Buffalo Sabres made a trade. They sent the 27th pick in this year's draft along with Michael Kesselring to San Jose. In return, they received the 20th overall pick this year. For more, you can visit Paul Hamilton's piece up at our website, WGR550.com. The World Cup continues on. Yesterday, we saw Portugal draw with the Democratic Republic of Congo. England beat Croatia 4-2. Ghana took down Panama 1-0. And Uzbekistan fell to Colombia 3-1. Today, Czechia takes on South Africa at noon. Switzerland takes on Bosnia and Herzegovina at 3. Canada and Qatar duke it out at 6 o'clock. And Mexico plays South Korea at 9. Looking around the NFL, Sal Capaccio continues his State of the Bills series on our website. The latest position group up is safety. The Saints, they re-signed edge rusher Cam Jordan to a one-year deal. And Falcons coach Kevin Stefanski said Michael Penix, who's been dealing with a knee injury, is not yet cleared for 11-on-11s. In baseball, The Blue Jays, they beat the Red Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the White Sox 10-5. And the Mets, they beat the Reds 9-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
We're going to get to shots of audio. Resident old guy on the show, I wanted to ask you guys a question.
Grandpa's going to tell us a story first?
Yeah, Grandpa's going to tell you a story.
All right.
So every once in a while, I'll just think of something like, oh, man, I wonder if the youngins on the show have any idea that this existed or that this happened. And maybe it's my own version of it, and people in the chat will tell me, or other old people can call in. But anyway, are you guys aware of how regular it was? People listening like, where is this going to go? How common it was for someone to have a waterbed.
Oh. Yeah. I think only from TV shows.
Okay.
My brother had one.
Yeah.
90 sitcoms.
How old?
Your brother had one?
He was 10 when he was like, I want a waterbed so bad, and then he never slept on it because it was so uncomfortable.
I definitely really wanted a waterbed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know it was like normal at one point, but I know people had them. I knew they existed.
I had a neighbor that had one, and I think he broke it when I was at the house. And
So-
it was like, oh, you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go home. We can't.
When you break it, it just floods? Or is it...
Well,
this is some... I don't think I've ever seen a waterbed.
No. Oh, I had
I
had a waterbed.
laid on one. You had one.
Yeah. I had one of
Was it comfortable?
Probably. It was like a bed. I had a hybrid one.
like a bed.
You had some that were just like a vat of water.
Yeah.
Like a vinyl vat. And then you had some that were mattresses that had water-based support.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't feel like you would have a lot of support if it was just,
It's
water.
My brother's was a rubber thing of water.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
it, and
yeah.
it was not comfortable.
Those were like the full ones.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I did a little research. Like, when was at one point, 1 in 5 mattresses in the U.S. was a waterbed.
Whoa.
Yes, that's what I mean.
1 in 5?
Were you aware of the wild
I didn't
proliferation of waterbeds?
I didn't know it was that popular.
I didn't. Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
1 in 5 beds was a waterbed.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what
I didn't
that's
have
what I
that.
found.
I can't even believe that.
So anyway, that's the thing.
Can I still buy a waterbed?
Yes.
How's the
Yes.
waterbed business going?
Is there new advancements in
I'm going
waterbed
to research this
technology?
now. We got to see.
Has the market dried up? Is what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. They have.
I can get a waterbed?
You could buy a complete waterbed, like the rubber one that looks very old with wooden paneling and all
Yeah,
that for
yeah.
$4,000 still.
All right. What a deal.
You can get a
deal.
mattress,
Yeah.
a flotation sleeper that looks like a regular mattress for $900.
Okay.
So, a bit of both going on. Waterbeds.
The appeal was just that it was supposed to be more comfortable, or was it just that it was cool, or...
I think most of society is based on like, hey, everyone's doing that. I should maybe try that. And then it either sticks or it goes away.
Yeah.
I don't remember why.
Maybe it would be more comfortable being like suspended in water. That's what people thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, floating in the pool rocks.
Yeah. See?
Yes.
But, I don't know if...
With a thin layer of rubber between you and the pool,
Yeah,
it might
I don't know.
not work as well.
There were heated water beds also?
Oh, yeah.
Heated.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
want a cooled
that would be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Man,
I want the coolest bed possible.
Right.
Yeah.
I want
I
one
want
with
my
ice
bed.
in it.
Cold.
I might prefer like a slushy bed to a water bed.
Ooh.
Oh,
a heated
what?
to a heated water bed.
you just gotta roll around on it for a little bit to make it a slushy.
Slushy bed. That'd be better.
a ball pit bed. Sleeping on
That seems uncomfortable.
probably.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. Almost time for
Waterbeds.
shots of audio. Brought to you powered by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the best place to buy a case. What's your outlet? Mr. Joe Cali, take it away. Bring us the best shots of audio from around the sports world.
All right. Sneaky Joe, this one's for you. We're going to start off. This is we're talking about the Knicks parade and all of that, but Larry David recounts his experience courtside at the NBA Finals and, the viewing experience and all of that. So we'll start there.
I guess it's okay for Mitch Johnson to stand up the whole time. Okay. A lot of times he's standing right in front of me, and I'm going, okay, come on, Mitch. But they have an assistant coach Yeah. And he's also going back and forth. I'm starting to yell at him. I'm going, hey, man, come on. Come on. Give us a break here. The coach you can accept blocking views. Even then, I think it's rude. I think the coach should have a little consideration for people watching the game. You can't see anything. But okay, he's the coach. But still, if I was the coach of a team, I'd be thinking, these people, I won't get up.
He's got a point about the assistant coach. What's the assistant coach to me to be running up and down the sideline for?
Maybe he's calling plays.
Assisting.
Yeah, you probably would. I mean, he's sitting right next to the Spurs bench, I'm imagining.
Yeah, he was right behind it.
That's a classic Larry David.
Yeah, that's
rant
really,
right there.
Yeah, I could see that becoming an episode of the show. But it was on the Rich Eisen show and just started going off on the little tangent there.
I always think about that for the people that sit right behind the bench at a hocky game. What are you watching from back there?
The back of Lindy's head.
Right. Like, you're just staring at,
he's
dudes
gonna get
in suits.
They're walking back. Seth Appert's jumping in there, right? Like, you're going to get
even the
blocked.
players are standing up half the time. And you're like, what are you supposed to be able to see?
I wonder that about the field level clubs that you'll see at football stadiums.
Yeah.
Like, and the Bills will have a club there, but it's not necessarily like
ground
open
level.
air on the field like Dallas has these,
Right.
where it's like field level. And there are so many people standing around, players, photographers, media, whoever, coaches. How do you see anything?
Yeah.
You're at the ground level. You got to look through all these towering people.
Yeah. There was when I was in the North American League in Shreveport, they had, instead of having suites in like the 200 level of their arena, they never, they just did the lower bowl.
Yeah.
And instead of having the suites up top, all along the glass surrounding the whole rink was like boxes with couches and fridges and stuff.
That's how they had it in Huntsville too. I was at Huntsville Arena once, and it was a lot like that.
That's kind of cool.
I got beer poured all over me because you had to walk right by them, and they could just turn around, and you were like behind them as you were walking onto the ice. I got beer poured all over me by this guy that was sitting in one of them, and then I saw later in the game in the third period, he had his beer on the glass behind my net, so I went behind the net and gave the glass a shove.
Oh, wow.
Pretty awesome.
Oh.
It was like the
Look at
coolest
that.
thing I ever did.
That's awesome.
I don't know what the name is. It just the field club? There's a club at the new Bills Stadium that is at field level that's very nice. But no, I think there is, right? You can walk out onto the turf.
Yes, you have access there,
You have
and you
access.
also have seats.
Okay, right.
You have seats, and if you want to go down to field level to walk, you can. And then that's also the club that goes into the stadium where the players will walk right by you.
That's one where I'd wonder, like, what? Yeah, exactly. There's like it's not a tunnel. But
No, it's open air.
It's open air.
You will see the players walk. I was surprised to see that it was going to be open air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool.
But even that one, like, those seats are incredible, like where they are. They probably would have tested this, right? Like,
the view and all that.
Yeah, like, will it be blocked by?
Well, if you have those,
if you
seats,
have players,
yeah.
no, because the players will be sitting because you'll have benches there.
You might not have a great view of action, but you'd go down there to take a selfie on the field, and just to
and you're right near the sideline,
and to
Yeah,
walk
you're right.
around and just kind of be there, and then go up to your seat.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that was Larry David's review. We'll go to the NHL a little bit here. Brian Hayes of the Overdrive show, a show we play some clips from here and there. The Toronto fans and media started to get a little punchy about who they hired and all of that, and started to bring some other names into the fold here. A little blame game.
But these are two shocking hires in 2 months. John Chaika and Jim Hiller. Yeah, it doesn't mean they're bad people. Doesn't mean they're not like smart hockey people. Doesn't mean it can't work. I'm not predicting that I'm just saying these are the kind of hires, with all the respect, you would see in Columbus, in Buffalo.
Dude, don't start bringing up other organizations.
No, that's
Starting to be a little, I don't know, start punchy towards other organizations there. I don't know. Is that a little, I don't know.
It seems just
out of
like
touch.
Yeah,
right.
A little bit.
Exactly.
Like, did you watch the league this year?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I don't know. You heard Craig Berube before.
And the Sabres, I think, tried to, didn't they?
Yeah,
They did.
for sure.
Yes.
But whatever. I mean, that was a nightmare and a disaster, and probably could have been predicted to be so. I don't know. It seems silly to point that out because I think this is the direction the league's going in. Chayka's an analytics guy. Hiller's an analytics guy.
Mm-hmm.
They clearly wanted analytics guys, and they're getting analytics guys. I don't know. It just...
Hiller, by the way, he's not just numbers. He is, from what I read, like defense first to the extreme. Like I don't know to what, like at least that's what the results said, and that's maybe a reputation that could have been what he had personnel wise at times.
You
think that might be the reason?
What I have read about him is that he had to play the way that LA played because they didn't have anybody.
Right, they didn't
They
have
had like
any...
Andre Kopitar and Quentin Byfield up front, and
Yeah.
like that was it.
When
they were terrible.
Because when I first saw like, ooh, this guy's gonna come in and play the trap with the Maple
No,
Leafs.
I don't think he's going to do that again.
All right.
I think he co-founded an analytics company before he got into coaching.
Okay.
And so like he is a very deep analytical numbers guy, and I would expect that he likely recognized with my personnel in LA, the only way we're going to win games is by locking it down. And what did they do this year? They lost in a bunch of games in overtime because that was all they could do.
Right.
So I think he probably did about as good as he could maybe do with that. I don't know that he'll be a good coach, but I mean, it does not seem like the kind of hire that you need to be like, oh, well, that's a Buffalo hire. What are the Leafs doing? Like, I don't know, being the Leafs, they are kind of falling apart. It seems like Matthew Nyes is on. I don't know, like they're a disaster right now.
Should the Sabres be expected to be better than them next year?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
What would it be for them to not be?
Horrific failure on
collapse.
part of the Sabres.
Yeah. It has to.
It would be more likely that the
So then you're
Sabres-
treating it as the Leafs. This is it's all over. Not just they had one blip.
I mean, you could build it back kind of quickly with the right moves and pieces.
And they have and they have the top pick.
They have the top pick, and they can still be a destination. And they'll have money to spend.
Like if McKenna just shows up,
they got Matthews and Nylander, and
they don't have any D. They cannot. Like they are a disaster.
Here's
on defense.
a question: would Hellebuck go there? Could he be convinced that they're a contender, even though they're picking first? His problem with Winnipeg is no one wants to go to Winnipeg. I don't know that Toronto has that same problem. Everybody that grew up in Canada will eventually be like, all right, fine. It's not the same as Winnipeg. It's a big city.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like,
it's definitely better.
Definitely better in terms of what Hellebuck's concerns are. His concern in Winnipeg is we can't get the good players, and I don't think Toronto has to struggle with that.
For him, though, he's talking
Wants
about
to win.
the cup specifically.
I know.
And going to a team that was great for 10 years and couldn't get out of the first round, and now they're not great. Yeah, like I think I wouldn't want to rule them out. I guess I'd be surprised if they were like near the top of his list.
I think that I also get the impression that he might not. I don't know that Toronto fits with his vibe. He definitely wants to go to the U.S. That is definitely true. And Toronto itself might be a little anti-Hellebucky. Like he likes to hunt and fish and like go out in the woods.
We got woods.
Listen,
we got deer in your backyard.
What do you want to go to Florida for?
We got
then? What do you want the
deers.
beach for?
He can
Here we
come
go.
see Red-tailed hawks.
Yeah.
Take him on the Mario Williams trip.
That's right. That's right.
Come
Let's
on.
do it.
We got that.
Yeah, that's his vibe. So
Hellebuck's phone rings, unidentified number. Hello. Hey, it's Mario Williams. There are deer in my backyard.
I was not familiar with this hunting and the odds just went way up in my mind. For him. I was not aware of hunting and fishing.
He's an outdoorsman.
This is good.
All right.
Where's he from?
Hellebuck is from Michigan.
Yes.
All right.
Similar climates.
Is he from Dearborn? Where is he from? Where in Michigan?
Commerce Township is what.
Yeah.
Commerce Town.
Okay, you know what's really funny? When you click Commerce Township, the first two pictures Google gives you is a pond and woods.
Wolverine Lake. There you go. Wow. He's from Detroit.
Okay.
It's like outside of Detroit, suburbs. He's near Pontiac.
Well, he's not going to Detroit.
We could live in the Buffalo suburbs.
Wolverine Lake.
All right.
Wow.
Listen, I'm prepared to import Wolverines for Connor Hellebuck if need be.
We can do anything at this point. All right, up next. We talked about this one a little bit yesterday. Alexi Lalas, he mentioned France was arrogant in their performance. Zlatan on the panel has been kind of a shock, like a good kind of way. Like he's pretty interesting, and the stuff he says, he had a rebuttal to that.
If they are arrogant, it's because they can do things like that. And the patience that they showed after a poor first half to come back and provide a masterful second half with the talent that they have and the big stars showing up, that's pretty special.
Well,
It's not arrogance, it's confidence.
Okay.
Ignorant people would say it's arrogance. Intelligent people would say it's confidence.
Okay, good to know. Thank you very much, Ladan.
Dismantled right on the panel.
That was due.
One thing about soccer, you guys tell me
Zlatan.
if this checks out or not. Football, this is good too, but over in I don't know. Are the best players analysts in soccer? You get greats. Thierry Henry and Zlatan are greats.
They're
I mean, Tom
elite
Brady's
all
on the
times.
broadcast, of
Roy
course.
Kane.
Right,
Does
right.
Peyton Manning count as being
Like football. All I'm getting at is the U.S. soccer coverage having Alexi Lawless being like its top guy.
Oh,
that is
he does right because even they have two desks, right? They have that desk where you have two all-time greats that are not American, but you have them there, and then you have another desk with the American greats. You have Landon Donovan and Clint Dempsey on it,
right. And
and then you have Lawless,
Donovan and
who's
Dempsey.
I think just there to be like a clown.
Yeah,
right.
Seems that way.
I think they want him to be what? Charles Barkley or something.
Right, except
Which-
Barkley, of course, has like the chops for it.
Yeah.
And Lawless has been a more a media figure than he was player in his international career. Like, did he play anywhere outside of the States?
I don't know. I know he played he played in the '94 World Cup, right?
No, for sure.
Yeah.
And he played MLS career.
Yeah, I don't think he ever played. He didn't play in Europe.
He played one season in Europe for an Italian club, Padova.
Okay.
So, right, if you're Ibrahimovic and you listen to this guy, and Ibrahimovic is a special level, a high level of confidence, as he says.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a quote here of the Zlatan's best quotes.
Oh, boy.
Oh, there's some good
Oh,
ones.
boy.
Yes.
I mean,
Can only
this
imagine.
road could be
There are
fun and
listed.
dangerous.
There are 36 quotes.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Want some of Zlatan's best?
I'd love it.
Absolutely.
His response to the away fans booing at him during his farewell speech: "Keep booing. This is the biggest moment in your year seeing me." Right?
Yes.
Yep.
That's amazing.
He was going after another player, Falcao, who's nicknamed the Tiger. Zlatan said, "Who needs a nickname? To be afraid of me, just watch me play." Let's get some more here. I came a king, I left a legend. That's on PSG.
Oh, man.
I got one. Ready?
His
On his
response,
time in Barcelona, when you buy me, you are buying a Ferrari. If you drive a Ferrari, you put premium petrol in the tank. You hit the motorway and you step on the gas. Pep, his manager, filled up with diesel and took a spin in the countryside. He should have bought a Fiat.
I got more.
Lord.
He was once.
I think that's him criticizing the
Yes.
coach for how
Yeah,
he
yeah.
used it.
Yeah, Pep didn't know how to use me.
He
Should have bought a Fiat.
He was asked to name the world's most beautiful woman. Quote, "I haven't met her yet, but when I do, I'll date her."
Oh, man.
He once said, "I don't need a trophy to tell me I am the best."
That's
I got a couple.
These are baller.
I got a couple I'm saving. Hold on. An injured Zlatan is a serious thing for any team.
I feel like Benjamin Button. I was born old. I will die young. When asked if he was too old.
On rumors that he bought a Porsche, absolutely not. I've ordered a plane. It's much faster. A World Cup without me is nothing to watch. It's not worth waiting for the World Cup.
He spoke in the.
Oh, hold on.
He spoke in the third person when Arsenal apparently once offered him. Oh, is this the one you just had?
I have that one for later, but I have
Okay.
a really good one.
Okay.
A reporter ahead of the 2014 World Cup qualifying playoffs, Zlatan, only God knows who will go through. Reporter, it's hard to ask him. Zlatan, you're talking to him.
Oh, my Lord. Come
This
on.
is who they
This
put
is
next
good.
to. This is who they put next to Alexi
I
Lawless.
know. We go on forever in this. When he left MLS, he left LA Galaxy. He said, "I came, I saw, I conquered. Thank you, LA Galaxy, for making me feel alive again. To the Galaxy fans, you wanted Zlatan. I gave you Zlatan. You are welcome. The story continues. Now go back to watch baseball."
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
this.
great. Watch his first ever LA Galaxy goal. Because when he came to the U.S.,
he scored immediately from.
it was like the most incredible goal you've ever seen.
So
5 minutes in. Yeah. We're looking for an apartment. If we don't find anything, I'll just buy the hotel.
Oh my Lord.
And then yes, the Arsenal one. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger offered him a tryout when he was a teenager, and he said, "quote Zlatan doesn't do auditions." He is Jamie Tart, right? Like to some degree, like.
Describing it. No, he's if you watch Ted Lasso, he's Zava.
I was just gonna say
Zava. You're right.
I never haven't watched him. I didn't know him before this. So now seeing him in full force a little bit and learning about him, it's so funny they did that.
He once asked to describe a goal he scored in the game. First I went left, he did 2. Then I went right, and he did 2. Then I went left again, and he went to buy a hot dog.
This guy rules.
I mean, this could go on forever. He's probably got 100,000 of these.
Zlatan. Oh my Lord.
When asked about
so
when asked about how quickly he came back from a serious knee injury, he said, "Lions don't recover like humans."
Amazing.
He's the best.
All right. I got one last shot for you guys here. We'll stay in the World Cup. Sportsnet was doing some interviews. A lot of Japan fans in Texas, experiencing the States and all of that. This interview is one for the ages. This guy's awesome.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, how you doing?
My name is.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Hirochika Nakakuki.
Oh wow.
It's live?
Yes, it's live. Baby.
Yeah.
How excited are you?
Excuse me.
Okay.
I cannot speak English, but I'm excited.
I love it! Yeah, baby! Let's go!
Japan.
Japan.
That's awesome.
The Japanese fans are getting a lot of pub right now because they clean up after they leave the stadium. Like, they have garbage bags and they, clean everything that they left.
Did you see who joined them in their venture to clean up?
Jameis
Winston.
Famous Jameis being on the coverage.
What is he doing at the World Cup?
He's
watching soccer
correspondent. He and Gronk are doing a podcast for him,
He's big enough for that?
I guess so.
Sure.
He's the third-string quarterback of the Giants.
Yeah.
People
Famous Jameis.
love him, though.
I know.
People love
I just didn't think he had ascended. I knew in football, but I didn't know he had ascended
into the
globally.
public sphere. Yeah.
Yeah. You've got Japan fans cleaning up after games. You've got Boston getting cleared out by Scotland fans just drinking.
Yeah.
So I mean, really,
Scotland took over Boston.
An embarrassing moment for Boston.
Yes.
The story is that they drank too much beer. They closed down a whole place.
They went to the Sam Adams place and drank all the Sam Adams. So they only had and then they had to get an emergency shipment which barely covered anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Drank all the beer
and took over a Red Sox game. All of it. I mean,
it's pretty embarrassing.
Tough scene for Boston.
Yeah, I do wonder if it was the Sam Adams Brewery. Like, if they're in Boston, we don't go there to drink.
You go there to tour.
Yeah, I've been there. I've toured it.
Me too. It's not, in the city also. It's, a little outside
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's like if Americans went and said, we drank the Guinness Brewery dry. They'd be like, well, we don't go there to drink it.
Go to the bar.
Just have it at my house.
Right.
So,
but that's that for Shots of Audio.
Beautiful. Right. When you need to stock up, it's the best place to buy a case. What's your outlet? Shots of Audio powered by Outlet Liquor. Anything else we got today? I haven't got a stat of the day for you yet. I have one. I definitely have one I could get you. Let me find it for you here.
We definitely could just spend the whole day on Zlatan quotes, too, of course.
It's really fun to do, is it not?
It's the best. He should be on that broadcast till the end of time.
And Thierry Henry is also great.
Yes. I mean, who's the right other? I mean, you could find someone else. Put Clint Dempsey there. Clint Dempsey's good. I think he is, and he will say things, and he'll be, he's not just the watered down whatever. I think Dempsey would be good for that.
You know who's good? I mean, Tim Howard is good. He's on the NBC broadcast all the time.
Yeah, he's on, when TNT had the Champions League, he was on their broadcast a lot, and he was very good.
Yep,
yeah.
He's real good. Anyway. 12 noon today for the World Cup. Back to work. Good times.
The U.S. Open, meanwhile, is back underway. So about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
So you get some big names that are starting to flow out there. Cam Smith, we're watching right now.
Looking at the schedule, okay, 6 o'clock.
DeChambeau's in the rough.
Hey, listen, if you want to get out and watch Canada and Qatar at 6 o'clock, we'll be at Wayland tonight for the 100 Holes fundraiser.
It's not a Canada Qatar watch party?
Yeah, you know what?
It is, too.
Let's call it.
Watch party.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'll bring a Falcon.
I'll bring maple syrup.
I'll bring a falcon. No, I won't bring a falcon.
Where are you going to find a falcon?
If
your life depended on it, could you find a falcon in the next 10 hours?
Downtown Buffalo. There are peregrine falcons in Buffalo.
Where?
Downtown.
Like around?
Yeah.
So you have to catch one.
They have a camera.
The goal was to have one ready for the party tonight.
For a long time, they regularly nest in the McKay heating plant on the east side of UB South campus. They had a falcon cam where you could watch them in their nest.
Okay, I understand that.
So if you said my life depended on it, I would call somebody at UB and be like, I need a falcon. Stat.
Okay. And they're gonna but that's what I mean. They're gonna have one, or they're basically gonna go catch them for you.
Great question.
I think you want to find
All
someone.
I'm saying
you're
is
looking for a falconer.
We have a lot of
not the falcon downtown.
Have a lot of this area is about like Buffalo this and Buffalo that, and flat out the fastest birds in the world live here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. They might live everywhere, but falcon cam.
I mean, they could probably travel the globe in like a day,
and they like it here,
or a week, or a month.
They do. 8030550. Yeah, peregrine falcons. Let's name.
They are. I'm looking at a map.
Our new NBA team is the Falcons.
I'm looking at a map right now, and they do live like
everywhere.
A lot of places. Yeah,
right.
Like all of North America.
I guess it's not that unique. Anyway, tonight I will not be bringing a falcon to Wayland. You can I go to my Twitter. I've posted it a bunch of times. My pinned tweet. You can donate to my Venmo, Jeremy White 3, or you can go straight to the Roswell Park donation link. We're, as a team, trying to raise a lot of money. Nate and I together, pooling our resources, thanks to the Bills, to the Sabres for donations, to TSC Enterprises, to, just a lot of gifts. A lot of golf courses around the area have donated foursomes. Wayland, of course, will have prizes there as well. $25 for a ticket, and you get in on every single drawing. I don't know how many other places you can get like 30 drawings for one $25 ticket. And like the number of tickets I sold, like you get a decent chance to win something. Josh Allen signed helmet, and it all goes to the cause. I'll be playing 100 holes a week from today. Right now, a week from right now, I'm slated to be starting.
You'll be like 4 hours in?
I'll be on like hole 30.
Hole 30.
Right about 30. 29, 30, yep.
Have you checked any weather yet for next week?
I saw it looks generally fine with maybe a passing shower, but I don't know. I'm sure weather people would tell you could trust that 7 days out. I'm not looking at weather until like 4 days out.
I got you at 74. And precipitation, 25,
there was one
25%.
Year. 1 year it was like 92. Yeah, it was hot. We'll make it through. Owen's going to caddy for me for 27 of the holes.
Nice. Off the injury report, he's going to caddy?
Yeah. Be on the lookout for carts,
Does he get a cart?
If he wants to. Caddies can have carts if they want. We
Nice.
walk. So we play 100. We walk 30 miles, roughly, give or take. Definitely over 30. But my watch never makes it all the way to the end.
It dies?
Yeah. My watch never makes it to tell me how many I ultimately finished walking, like 32, 34.
Well, if there's a cart nearby, maybe you could charge it.
True, but then I have to take it off. And it wouldn't count the steps.
Okay, that's fair.
Anyway, that's a week from today. And your donations are greatly appreciated. And, you don't have to do anything. You can come to Wayland tonight. I'll be the guy.
Yes.
I had my buddy Rory at Zoom Copy made me one of those big. I'm like a ring girl or at UFC. I've got my Venmo on a big giant sign. I'm just going to walk around like this. I get the Venmo and I got the Roswell link on the other side. So donations are greatly appreciated. My birthday's in a week. Consider it a birthday gift to me if you can make a donation. 8030550. Back on the other side here on WGR.
Let me put it this way. I would not be surprised at all if he has to be traded, although, to my knowledge, I don't think he did that publicly.
Yeah, no, but we saw signs. You're right. Like
Jeremy
he
White
did
here
that
for
interview with the
AAA
Utah media
insurance.
early in the season. Like the season had barely got rolling, and I remember him talking about the adjustment of being in a place where you can now be criticized. And he had kind of been active on Instagram, like posting things during the season that made it seem like he wasn't happy, which you don't usually see from hockey players. So I don't know, Paul. Just didn't ever feel like, from his vantage point, that maybe he would want to keep it going. And he's not, is it worth it if you're not even sure if the guy might want to stay and be a part of this?
Yeah, and if you're Jarmo Kekalainen, you have to say to yourself, he had never been criticized as a player because he had played in Arizona and Utah, and there's really not that much, if any, media that covers you, and so you can play as poorly can be, and the only media that's around you is the team media. And I can tell you, Utah travels with a lot of people in their social media department and all that, but there are no writers or anybody that travels on the road with Utah. So, it was the way he talked about it, it was like he enjoys being in a hockey market where, fans and people care. And he just said, he didn't say it's a bad thing. He just said it's an adjustment for him. They understand what they're looking at, and if they don't like what they're looking at, they let you know. So that is a question mark. It'd be a question mark in my mind. Does he have the mental makeup to be able to handle playing in a market where things don't go right? You're going to hear it during the game. You're going to hear it on social media. You're going to hear it from the media. That's not anything he's ever been used to as a pro.
Got a stat on the U.S. Open for you, which is now underway. This is Adam Scott's 100th consecutive major start. Only one other golfer has ever done that. You could probably figure out who it is. Nicholas.
Ah.
The second active streak right now after his 100 major streak is Jordan Spieth, who is at 53. He's 12 years away from matching where Scott's at.
Just watched Cam Young miss his landing spot by about a foot and roll off the back of the green, and it's still rolling.
Yeah, this is going to be... It's still going.
Boom, into the rough. That's a tough one. And that thing came nearly to a complete stop. Anyway, what are you going to do? Good luck out there, folks. Hopefully Sunday is a good... listen, Sunday, Father's Day, U.S. Open.
Yep.
It was a good leaderboard. Some drama. Shot making, hopefully.
Yep.
I'd like Sunday to be the easiest day if possible. Go ahead and make everybody hurt on Thursday and Friday and soften things up for the weekend.
Good enough to pull me away from the World Cup.
Yeah,
because the World Cup slate on Sunday doesn't look great.
No?
Spain, Saudi Arabia, Belgium, Iran, Uruguay, Cabo Verde, and then New Zealand, Egypt. If the leaderboard is good, Sunday will be a U.S. Open day for sure.
Yeah, there's not really one key matchup.
No.
Saturday brings Netherlands, Sweden, which is pretty good.
That's really good.
Yeah. And then, of course, tomorrow, U.S., Australia at 3.
Yes.
And Scotland, Morocco, Turkey, Paraguay.
The U.S. can clinch the group tomorrow. If they beat Australia and Turkey A doesn't beat Paraguay, the U.S. group is clinched. So they would have nothing to play for in the third game.
Meanwhile, the debate about what to do with Christian Pulisic, because he's working out on his own, did not practice with the team, and it's a little bit of should they risk him or should they wait? You have time. The tournament lasts weeks and weeks.
Right.
Can you get by Australia without Pulisic?
Yeah, that's a good question because if you could have him available as a sub if the game isn't going well, if he's on the brink. That's what Spain did with Yamel, wasn't it? Against Cabo Verde. They were not going to play him because he's their superstar young player.
And then they needed to win.
He had a hamstring injury that he was still coming back from. And they, I'm sure, didn't think they would have to use him. And then it got to the 70th minute and it was still scoreless. And okay, we got to put him in. You could do that. And then if you're able to win without him, then you get another week until the Turkey game, and then I don't know when the round of 32 starts. You could theoretically give him 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks off. He could have a lot of time in between not playing if he wanted to. I don't know when the round of 32 starts, though.
What's the latest on the Knicks parade?
Everything is closed. People are climbing over fences. It's taking 45 minutes to get out of the subway. It seems pretty chaotic right now. But they haven't... I think the players are just starting to get close to the site on buses. They're in buses to get to their floats at the moment. So,
listen, it's one thing about a Buffalo parade. It probably wouldn't be that bad, right?
No, I don't think so. Not like this.
It'd be a big event, but this Knicks parade sounds like, crowded. Overcrowded.
I mean, I don't know.
Space is small.
I went to a parade in Cleveland, which doesn't have as many people as New York City, and it was the most people, and it was so packed that it, seemed dangerous at times.
Yeah.
It was. People were passing out in the park area because of the heat and because everybody was so tight together. So, how would we do it? It probably would be more comfortable, I think, than what the videos in New York I'm seeing are.
803-0550. Cam Young's recovery shot after going over the green, really nice. And I like Koepka's shirt today.
What's he wearing?
It's salmon-colored pink with some stripes, some white stripes. Just like it. It's a good shirt.
Is he going polo or is that a
polo?
A quarter zip?
He's going polo.
Because I am seeing a lot of polos hoodies and quarter
If you
zips
didn't have the graphic on the screen, you might think it's the Open Championship, the British. Everyone's wearing black, gray, navy, and white.
Yes.
All in quarter zips and hoodies and long sleeves. And the overall rain, and you would think this is the Open for the most part. The bunkers might give it away. Anyway, got her up for Bird. What else? Any rumors today? Any good rumors on the hockey side of things?
There was one about a half hour ago that Yzerman is going to take his time with Larkin. He's not in a rush, and doesn't sound like that's a draft trade, that might be a trade that goes into the summer. There also was one about the Devils are now deep in negotiations with Heischer, so I think we could probably forget about trading for him.
What percentage of NHL trade reports are, that's more of a conversation that's not now? Right? That's more of a trade for the summer.
It's a good amount of it.
That feels like more of a deadline trade. Actually, now we're back to the summer.
All right. Bruce Garriock this morning. We have to learn the name Levi Merlin. Someone help me out here. There's an Ottawa player. Name hasn't been on the trade market, but if the Senators were to deal with the Sabres to bring in Devin Levi, Merlin, this is my first stab at that name, would likely go back in return. So they'd be trading Devin Levi for a Levi.
Levi for Levi?
He is also a goaltender. Why would they want a goalie back for Devin Levi? Maybe he's not waiver eligible?
It's a good question.
There's a second E in the first name, so maybe it's Levy.
Is anybody nervous about where you would trade Levi to?
No.
You're not worried about division?
I mean, I think he could be a good goalie in the NHL. I really do. I think he's talented, but he does not graduate to I am afraid to send him. If the best offer is from a team in the Atlantic Division, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Merlainen is the
Merlainen, thank you.
He's played a little more. I don't know if he's actually played
34 games in the NHL, which is actually probably pretty comparable.
That's pretty similar.
Levi has played
20-ish.
39.
Oh wow, okay, more than that.
But it's basically the same.
Yeah, similar guy. I think he had a tough year this year, along with Ullmark when they were struggling, and then they brought Reimer in. So I don't know why the Sabres would do that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So the only reason, and I'm looking it up now, that they would do that, but I don't think he's an RFA too. It would be if you can pass him through waivers, and it doesn't appear to me that you can do the same thing.
Same age,
so that makes zero sense to me. Why they would want a goalie back for Devin Levi?
Right.
You're trading Levi for a mid-round pick, right?
Yeah,
that's that trade.
Sure.
Or whatever. If there's some middling weird D prospect that somebody wants to get rid of or something.
Can I get a third pair defenseman for him? Can I do that?
Maybe.
Probably not.
It's probably tough.
The Bruins are retiring Patrice Bergeron's number.
Yes, they are.
That makes total sense.
Of course.
6-time Selke winner, won the Cup. Bergeron retired, 37 of the Raptors.
Mm-hmm.
They got a lot of numbers retired.
Sabres have a number that's going to get retired. Would you bet right now?
Right now on the team?
Dahlin's going to go, right?
Dahlin, probably.
The problem, listen, it's not a problem. It's not really a problem. But what team just did this? I know the other guy's not worthy of it, but 26 is also Vanek, and Vanek was great.
Right.
The Nuggets did that with Carmelo and
Jokic. And that number will go up for Jokic.
Right, and it's not going up for Vanek, but Vanek was great.
They just put him in the Hall of Fame, not the.
They put him in the team. He's in the team Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
it's fine. He was
a good point.
But he's not number retired.
I know.
Status. So if the number's available, then someone could always come along and
then
be a jersey number guy.
And it's not like we're gonna forget about Vanek because Dahlin's name is up on that jersey up there. I think if anything, you'll look up there and go 26, that was Vanek too, wasn't it? And that's fine. I think you could probably do this with a lot of teams and a lot of guys. Whoever.
Someone probably wore 37 in Boston before Bergeron that was half decent.
Right.
Probably.
Exactly.
Vanek was better than half decent. Vanek wasn't maybe... He's closer to, he was never jersey number retire guy, but maybe in a different, universe where they win the Stanley Cup.
Right.
And he's their leading goal scorer, he is.
Here's a fun question for you. Who from the drought Sabres would you most like to add to this team right now?
The Drought Sabres.
The Drought Sabres.
So I can't pick Miller.
You can't pick Miller. You can't pick Vanek.
Like he's in the drought, but he's not a Drought Sabre.
Right.
Guys that never made the playoffs.
Who do I want?
I mean, nobody wants to say like Reinhardt, but guys that
Eichel.
I know.
I'm taking Eichel.
Okay, but not those guys.
Oh,
Somebody else.
How many? Okay, fine. All right, I'll take. I want like a defenseman for the third pair, and I hated all their defensemen for 10 years. Who was their best defenseman during the drought?
Ehrhoff.
I might take. Could I take him? I might take Ehrhoff.
Extendo Sports.
No, wait. Sorry. Who's going to help me on the power play?
Ehrhoff. Olofsson.
Olofsson. All right, give me Ehrhoff.
Extendo Sports coming up on WGR.
The original goal, I think, when you traded for him was he is going to be Owen Power's partner. And the reason why I think it's okay to take the loss on that after 1 year is two reasons. I think the thing that's being brought up the most is Doan. Like, you're able to move off of Kesselring and not try to make that work because Doan is here and the Peterka trade, like you save face forever on that.
You won.
You won that
feel
trade.
Great about it, yeah.
Because Doan is in the deal. If Doan wasn't in the deal, if Adams had caved instead of the Utah GM and said, all right, fine, I'll do it. Kesselring for Peterka. I wonder if they would have been willing to move off him.
Right.
Maybe different GM they would have.
Maybe, but even then, it would look so bad.
Right. Then maybe you wouldn't want to move off it that quickly. But because Doan's here, then yes. But the other thing that I think really makes it easy to move off of him is the role you had envisioned for him is no longer needed. Not in the same way. Because when they traded for him, Matthias Samuelsson was nowhere. And I didn't know if he would ever play for the team again, let alone be an impact player. And him becoming a top 4 defenseman and actually becoming a top pair defenseman and pushing Byram back down with power and that end up working, like, okay, I don't need Kesselring anymore. Not for what I originally set out for him to do for me, because Samuelsson did it. Samuelsson's almost perfect. Like, he is both the reason why I think you're okay just letting the guy go for almost nothing. He also might be the evidence for why it could work for Kesselring. Like, Samuelsson had been hurt a lot. He stayed healthy this year. Look how it went. Big guy that can move and has some skill to him. It went great. Kesselring could just be the next Samuelsson. He's big and can move. If he stays healthy next year in San Jose, he might have a really good season. But did I need that here? And did I want to pay whatever it was going to take to explore whether he could do that? I just wouldn't have thought it was worth it. I would rather have the cap space. Because at the end of the day, he is a defenseman that's played 190 games, and we don't have a lot of evidence he's a top 4 defenseman.
Right.
He's been a third pair guy basically his entire career.
Let me put it this way. I would not be surprised at all if he has to be traded, although to my knowledge, I don't think he did that publicly.
Yeah, no, but we saw signs. You're right. Like, he did that interview with the Utah media early in the season. Like, the season had barely got rolling, and I remember him talking about the adjustment of being in a place where you can now be criticized, and he had kind of been active on Instagram, like posting things during the season that made it seem like he wasn't happy, which you don't usually see from hockey players. So I don't know, Paul. Just didn't ever feel like, from his vantage point, that maybe he would want to keep it going. And he's not, is it worth it if you're not even sure if the guy might want to stay and be a part of this?
Yeah, and if you're Jarmo Kekalainen, you have to say to yourself, he had never been criticized as a player because he had played in Arizona and Utah. And there's really not that much, if any, media that covers you. And so you can play as poorly can be. And the only media that's around you is the team media. And I can tell you, Utah travels with a lot of people in their social media department and all that, but there are no writers or anybody that travels on the road with Utah. So, it was the way he talked about it, it was like he enjoys being in a hockey market where, fans and people care. and he just said he didn't say it's a bad thing. He just said it's an adjustment for him. That they understand what they're looking at, and if they don't like what they're looking at, they let you know. So that is a question mark. It'd be a question mark in my mind. Does he have the mental makeup to be able to handle playing in a market where things don't go right? You're going to hear it during the game. You're going to hear it on social media. You're going to hear it from the media. That's not anything he's ever been used to as a pro.
Wrapping things up here. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. Oh, and throw the picture of the Bills mock-up uniform here. While you're getting that, you jump it on the YouTube stream. Our YouTube stream presented by Belknap Heating and Cooling. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills? If you do, give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green. Save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728 for more comfort and less ka-ching. Give Belknap a ring. Now, if you're on our feed, you're going to see there's been a mock-up of like what the Bills' uniform might look like. Gray and a blue helmet with this is just somebody made this up. What part of it works for you? What part of it doesn't? I think the helmet has potential.
Me too. I think the helmet is easily
There's more potential
better
in the helmet than there is in the jersey.
Yeah.
Now the jersey,
the helmet, I kind of I can get to liking the helmet.
I also want to say, like, the person that did this Photoshop or whatever AI did, like, I don't think it's a finished product. It's just like, this is what we're hearing. I don't think the Bills would have red, white, and blue numbers on gray, but whatever. The whole thing, the first time we saw that jersey, I said there's absolutely no way that could be real, and it just continues to hang around, and I get whispers here and there that it looks more and more real, and, wow. So anyway, there we go. All right, we're back tomorrow morning. Enjoy the World Cup today, and best of luck to the golfers at the U.S. Open. First round underway. Graham McDowell, -2 through 2.